Chapter 1100. What should they do in such a predicament? Long Fei Yi and Gu each held an arm in front of Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi turned helplessly to Gu Beiyue and asked, "Gu Beiyue, tell Long Fei Yi which choice is the right one." Back then, when Long Fei Yi had to choose between postponing the northern expedition, Gu Beiyue had said that there was no such thing as cruelty. There was only right and wrong, and the path of an emperor was one of choice. The northern expedition couldn't be considered the path of an emperor, but what lay before them now was the true path of an emperor. If they gave up, they wouldn't just lose the world at their fingertips, but also the people's hearts. Perhaps Gu Beiyue would be as calm and rational as ever if it were anyone else, but this time he was facing Han Yunshi. Gu Beiyue wasn't a god. How could he be so cruel and calm? Gu Beiyue didn't say anything. He'd already said what he needed to say. "Poison lass, let's go. Leave this damned place. I've already made some inquiries. Behind the Winter Crow tribe's snowy mountains is the Ice Sea, and behind the Ice Sea is a new continent. Let's go, we'll leave Cloud Realm together." Gu said loudly, "Send someone to spread the news right now. Say we're all dead and gone. Mubuyan can do whatever he wants. This world can be given to whoever wants it." Right now, Gu Qishao looked like a willful child who was indulging in wild fantasies. But Long Fei Yi actually listened to him. "All right, let's go right away." Han Yunshi shook her head. "Long Fei Yi, are you going to abandon the world? Don't mention Northernly. This crown prince doesn't even want the entire Cloud Realm." Long Fei Yi said. Back then, when he said to Jun Yixie that Han Yunshi will not be exchanged for the world, he was not joking, nor was he trying to deceive Jun Yixie. Forget about Northernly, he wouldn't even trade all of Cloud Realm continent for Han Yunshi's life. "I don't want to destroy your empire, nor do I want to destroy you and make you a deserter," Han Yunshi said coldly. "I, Han Yunshi, am not a deserter. My husband is definitely not a deserter." What kind of wicked idea did Gu come up with? He actually wanted them to escape? The world was big, but the human heart was only that big. They might be able to escape Cloud Realm continent, but could they escape her heart? Even if he could escape the mouths of the people of the world, could he escape the condemnation of the historians? Han Yunshi didn't care how others saw her, let alone how historians wrote about her. However, she cared about how the world viewed Long Fei Yi. She cared about how the historians wrote about Long Fei Yi. He was different from her. She was nothing more than a lonely soul who transmigrated 3,000 years ago. She only had him and a group of close friends who had gone through fire and water with her. With him, they were enough. But he was the true crown prince of East Qin, the only remaining member of the imperial family of the great Qin Empire. In the hearts of the people of Cloud Realm continent, he was the most revered and worshipped king. He was a man. He shouldered a mission that had to be completed and the hopes of the people of the world. At the same time, he shouldered his own ambitions and her hopes for him. How many nights had they talked by candlelight as they dreamed of the future together? They dreamed of a brand new empire, a noblest imperial family, and an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. Had he forgotten all of that? Did he not want any of it? Long Fei Yi didn't say a word in the face of Han Yunshi's deserter. Han Yunshi pulled him over so that he was facing her. "Long Fei Yi, you told me before that the world is very big, much bigger than I imagined. Tell me, how big is the world? How far can we run?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. Long Fei Yi still didn't answer. Gu Beiyue's brows were tightly knitted as he looked at Han Yunshi. He suddenly realized that he wasn't the calmest and most rational person. This woman was. He had completely lost. "Tell me." Han Yunshi pressed Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but Gu loudly answered for him. "Fine. We won't run away." He turned around and immediately summoned Mo Xie's sword soul. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes and said coldly, "This old man won't be a deserter. This old man will go and slaughter Tian An's imperial city right now. Let's see who's the one threatening whom." As soon as he said this, Long Feiyi immediately looked at Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei also looked at Long Feiyi. Both of them seemed to have thought of something. Gu really wanted to go. Fortunately, Han Yunxi held him back. She said sternly, "If you dare to do such a thing, I'll kill you first." Gu almost replied, "Unfortunately, you can't kill me." However, Long Feiyi pulled Han Yunxi over and said, "Let him go. Kill Mu Buiyuan for this crown prince, and hang his head at the city gate." "Yes. If we don't kill this person, how can we appease the people?" Gu Beiwei was also very excited. They must have been angered by Mu Buiyuan's threat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost their cool. They should have thought of a countermeasure long ago. They had come in secret this time to prepare for a sneak attack. Fortunately, Gu's words just then had reminded the two of them. Gu was an undying and indestructible fellow, just as terrifying as Bai Yanqing. If he went all out, slaughtering an entire city would be a piece of cake. Killing Mu Buiyuan would be even easier. As long as he killed Mu Buiyuan, the Li clan would be leaderless and fall into chaos. As for Bai Yanqing, it would be perfect if they ran into him on this trip. Long Feiyi summoned the Shadow Guard and ordered, "Have the Tianing barracks reply to Mu Buiyuan in this crown prince's name. Just say that this crown prince will personally bring Han Yunxi over. Have him prepare well and come out of the city to welcome us." After hearing Long Feiyi's words, Han Yunxi recovered her wits and understood Long Feiyi's countermeasure. Gu didn't care what considerations they had in mind. Mo Xie's sword spirit glowed with a cold light in his hand. He wouldn't be able to quench his pent-up anger until he slaughtered Mu Buiyuan. The Tianing barracks were about half a month's journey away from the Tian, an imperial city. If they were fast, it would only take them a day and a night to get there. Since Mu Buiyuan wanted to use the people of the world to kill Han Yunxi, then they would beat him at his own game and win the hearts of the people once more. The Shadow Guard was about to leave when Gu Beiwei called him back and whispered something into his ear. It wasn't clear what he said, but the Shadow Guard earnestly memorized it and repeated it in a low voice. It was a long time before he left. The dispute didn't affect Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi at all. In fact, it made them understand each other's hearts even more. After discussing their countermeasure, they continued on their journey. As expected, they secretly arrived at the outskirts of the Tian, an imperial city, by the evening of the next day. At the same time, the Tianing barracks were sending a letter to Mu Buiyuan, as well as a letter in Long Feiyi's name. The letter first expressed Long Feiyi's deep love for Han Yunxi, as well as his desire to join hands with the Princess of Western Qin to create a new era of peace for the great Qin Empire and benefit the people of Cloud Realm. Then it elaborated on the Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's various considerations and choices in the face of the threat from the Li clan's Mu family. Finally, it promised not only to the common people, but also to the soldiers participating in the war that Han Yunxi was willing to personally visit the Tian, an imperial city, and exchange her life for Cloud Realm's peace. Gu Beiwei had sent the Shadow Guard to deliver this letter. Although it was hypocritical and deliberately stirring up emotions, it was still the truth. If not for the fact that he cared for the common people, how could Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi ever be threatened and restrained? In terms of repaying debts of gratitude and enmity, Long Feiyi didn't lose to Gu in any way. Once the letter was announced, it spread to every corner of Cloud Realm continent within a few days. It wasn't just the south-central regions. Tianing, Northern Li, Western Zhou, and Tianan commoners all cheered Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi on their behalf. At the same time, they denounced the Li clan's Mu family. Many commoners even formed militias to join the army. Within a few days, all of Cloud Realm continent was in an uproar. The Li clan's Mu family became the target of public criticism. Everywhere was filled with complaints against the Li clan's Mu family. The common people all said that as long as Mu Buiyuan dared to harm a hair on Han Yunxi's head, the world wouldn't let the Mu family off so easily. Long Fei-ye's group of 4 hid near the Tian, an imperial capital, to observe the situation and wait for an opportunity to strike. They never expected things to turn out like this. They only wanted to beat the Li clan at their own game, but never expected the Li clan's Mu family to incur the wrath of the masses. Their scouts brought back news that the commoners in the cities near the Tian, an imperial capital, were already rioting. The commoners in other places were rioting as well. They stopped trying to stop the militias from joining the war, but rushed to the rebel camps on their own accord. What did it mean when people said that the world was in chaos? This was true chaos. Long Fei-ye's group wasn't in a rush to launch a sneak attack, but could simply sit back and watch the situation unfold. The Tian, an imperial capital, was sealed off from news. Otherwise, the commoners would have risen up in revolt long ago. Today, a piece of excellent news arrived from Jiangnan. A rebel army couldn't withstand the pressure and surrendered. Not only did they surrender, but they also scolded the Li clan's Mu family for being unrighteous and unworthy of leading the army. As soon as the news came out, several rebel armies immediately surrendered. Han Yunxi and the others didn't even have to show their faces. They could win without a fight. Faced with this kind of pressure, Mu Buiyuan didn't dare to kill the commoners in the Tian, an imperial capital. He had already been sleepless for several days. He didn't shut himself in the study of General Mu's residence and let the Li clan's elders knock on the door, persuade, and even threaten him. Yes, General Mu had put Long Tianma under house arrest and threatened Han Yunxi with massacring the entire city. This had already made the elders very unhappy. The Li clan had become the target of condemnation and public enemy number 1. The Li clan's elders, who lived in seclusion and didn't care about the secular world, could no longer sit still. The Li clan was good at war, but they were the ones who hated war the most. They hated war the most. Only those who had been on the battlefield and seen rivers of blood and corpses would know what war was. Only then would they hate and fear war. The Li clan was like this. The Li clan's art of war wasn't talent. It was the accumulated experience of generations of Li clan descendants charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, licking their blades and drinking blood, risking their lives. The Li clan's art of war wasn't just a military book. It was a history of the Li clan's blood, sweat, and tears. The Li clan hated war, so they were neutral. That was why when the Qin Empire's civil war was fought, both Eastern and Western Qin suffered great losses. The Li clan had 100,000 soldiers, but they didn't side with either side. They didn't betray either side and declare themselves king. Instead, they chose to disband the army, live in seclusion, and disappear. Why did General Mu do this? Chapter 1101. War was the Li clan's greatest taboo. Why was General Mu doing this? If not for the fact that the elders outside feared General Mu's status as clan head and direct descendant of the Li clan, they would have crippled Mu Yuanbo long ago. Of course General Mu knew the elders wouldn't dare to charge in. Without his life, they wouldn't be able to stop his orders, either. How could he be fond of war and merit? If he was, he would have acted long ago if he wanted to conquer Cloud Realm continent. Why wait until now? With the power of the Li clan's military, it wouldn't be hard for them to conquer the world. Why did he have to spend so much effort to remain neutral in Tianing? Why did he have to follow Long Tianma and stay in a corner for so long? Everything he did was for the sake of his son and daughter. He and his wife were deeply in love and had never taken a concubine in his life. After his wife passed away, she left behind a pair of children. He could only find some comfort in doting on his children. If not for his daughter's ruined reputation and forced her to marry Long Tianma, why would he get involved in Tianing's muddy waters? Since he was involved in this mess, he naturally wanted to seek the greatest happiness for his daughter. Even if she couldn't win Long Tianma's heart, his daughter could at least become the world's most respected empress and wash away the humiliation of the past. Liyue had lost a bet with Han Yunxi. Although she didn't take off her clothes and run through the streets, her reputation was ruined and she never dared to leave her house again. As her father, how could he not love his daughter? No matter right or wrong, parents were always protective of their children. It would be a lie to say he didn't hate Han Yunshi. Only by making his daughter's status surpass Han Yunshi's and overshadowing Han Yunshi's fame could he cure his daughter's heart and make people forget the humiliation she'd suffered. Thus, after being forced to assist Long Tianma, he began to wait for an opportunity to help Long Tianma conquer the world. The Tian An's strength was limited. Whether it was in terms of wealth or military strength, they couldn't compare to any country in Cloud Realm continent. All he could do was wait for a chance. Facing Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi, he only had one chance, and that was the infighting between Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi. The incident at the 100 Poisons sect was an excellent opportunity. He had used Emperor Kongcheng's name to gather all the factions in the world to 100 Poisons sect. He wanted to let the world know of the hatred between East and Western Qin, to let the world see Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi, the irreconcilable hatred between East and Western Qin. However, he never expected that Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi would kill Bai Yanqing and cover up everything. Later, he didn't expect that the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was actually a misunderstanding, a conspiracy created by the Black Clan and the Wind Clan. His hopes were dashed and his chances were gone. Long Tianma actually used the trip to 100 Poisons sect to discuss a marriage alliance with Emperor Kongqing. He wanted Western Zhou's princess, Duanmu Jin, to join the alliance. It had to be said that this was Long Tianma's provocation to him, as well as a painful blow. Western Zhou and Tian An were allies, so the Duanmu Jin's arrival meant that the Mu family had to yield to her. Luiyue could only suffer grievances. After all, anyone who provoked Duanmu Jin was the same as destroying the alliance between Tian An and Western Zhou. The Mu family might be second only to the Tian An emperor, but they couldn't bear such a crime. While he was at his wits' end, Duanmu Jin was poisoned in the palace. It was precisely because of this incident that he and his son came into conflict. That day, his son never came back. Then, a month ago, he received a sword and a dose of poison. Only then did he realize that Bai Yanqing had been eyeing the Mu family for a long time. That sword was his son's sword, a gift he had given to his son as a coming-of-age gift. Bai Yanqing had kidnapped Qingwu and threatened him to use the name of the Li family to order the students of the Li military academy to rebel, or else he would castrate Qingwu. How could he stand this kind of threat? This was the greatest insult to Qingwu, and the greatest threat to the Li family. After all, Qingwu was the only son of the Li family's direct line of descent. He had no other choice but to obey Bai Yanqing's orders. He knew better than anyone that threatening Han Yunshi with a massacre would ruin the Li family's reputation. However, he didn't dare refuse Bai Yanqing. He didn't even dare to bargain. He was too afraid that if he angered Bai Yanqing, Qingwu would be done for. He could only leave a way out for the Li family. He concealed the entire truth, so that everyone in the Li family would think that it was all his own ambition. He only hoped that in the future, the world would place all the blame on him and let the Li family live. That poison was the same one that Western Zhou's princess, Duanmu Jin, had been poisoned. Luiyue had privately sworn to him that Duanmu Jin's poison was not Luiyue's. He had never been able to find the truth. Only when he received the poison did he realize that it was also Bai Yanqing's doing. Bai Yanqing had said that if he didn't take care of things properly, not only would Qingwu pay the price, but Luiyue would also taste the bitterness of the poison. He could only obey Bai Yanqing completely. General Mu was immersed in his thoughts when a servant's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Great General, your letter." Several elders were staring at the letter outside the door. Just as General Mu opened the door, one of them snatched the letter away. "Impudence!" General Mu said coldly. "Patriarch, do you want to destroy the Li family?" Do you know that the military academy is in complete chaos? The elders said angrily. Ever since the fall of the great Qin Empire and the Li family abandoned the army to live in seclusion, they had opened a secret military academy to teach the art of war. It was precisely because the Li family had never demanded anything from their students, that they were deeply loved and respected by their students, that the military academy could be kept secret to this day. But now that a massacre had occurred, the academy naturally couldn't be protected. General Mu had predicted all these consequences when he made his decision. However, he had long since made up his mind to protect Qingwu and Luiyue to the end, to protect the bloodline of the Li family to the end. What, even you want to rebel? General Mu's words were harsh. These elders were all senior members of the Li family. Who would feel uncomfortable hearing this? That elder threw the letter to General Mu. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He flicked his sleeves and left. The other elders also all dispersed. Perhaps if this continued, they really would rebel. General Mu already didn't have time to consider whether or not the elders would rebel. Faced with the current situation, he only wanted to know what else Bai Yanqing wanted to do. Who knew that Bai Yanqing only gave him an order in the letter, telling him to find people to go to the south of the city and throw 500 corpses out of the city. The 100 people from before had been killed by Bai Yanqing. He didn't think that he would kill another 500 people. He didn't hesitate to make the entire world his enemy to guard the imperial city alone and wait for Han Yunxi to come? General Mu clenched his fist and slammed it into the wall. He then punched a few more times until his fist was a bloody mess. He hadn't done any evil deeds in his life, but who knew he'd have to suffer like this at his age? Although such a cruel massacre wasn't his doing, it was still because of him. With his reputation, his heart, how could he bear to do this? General Mu did as he was told and threw the 500 corpses out of the city gate. Once again, news spread throughout Cloud Realm continent. Bai Yanqing had been planning this for a long time. Han Yunxi and the rest couldn't wait any longer. Even if they hadn't heard any news about Bai Yanqing over the past few days, they had to take action. Long Fei Yi and General Mu agreed to meet at noon 2 days later. Tonight, the four of them would secretly sneak into the Tian, an imperial city, and head straight for General Mu's estate. As soon as they entered, they discovered that General Mu's estate was completely empty. "It's a trap. Retreat," Long Fei said decisively. But before they could leave, they heard a woman's shriek from the rear courtyard. Long Fei Yi and the other two men hesitated, but Han Yunxi recognized the voice as Ning Jing's. "It's Ning Jing." Without a second thought, she leapt onto the roof and ran towards the rear courtyard. "Han Yunxi! Poison lass!" Long Fei Yi and Gu chased after her, but none of them were as fast as Gu Beiyue. Han Yunxi reached the rear courtyard and followed the sound to a thatched cottage. As soon as she reached the door, Gu Beiyue caught up to her and grabbed her hand. "Princess, it must be Bai Yanqing. It's a trap." Han Yunxi knew that the real culprit was Bai Yanqing, but when she heard Ning Jing's shriek, she really couldn't hold it in. "Ning Jing, are you inside?" Han Yunxi probed. There was no reply. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and Gu also arrived. Long Fei Yi glared fiercely at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi knew she was in the wrong, but she didn't have time to admit it. Her thoughts were on the thatched cottage. She couldn't have heard wrongly, that voice must be Ning Jing. But why didn't Ning Jing answer her? Who else was in the thatched cottage? Did Ning Jing not want them to take the risk, or was she being controlled by someone and unable to speak? "It must be Ning Jing," Han Yunxi whispered. In other words, if Ning Jing was inside, then no matter what, they had to save her. They couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Long Fei Yi and the rest agreed on this point. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunxi away from the thatched cottage. At the same time, Gu Beiyue and Gu also walked over. The four of them stood back to back. Not only did they have to pay attention to the thatched cottage, but they also had to be vigilant of their surroundings. Bai Yanqing was impossible to guard against. Everyone was observing their surroundings. Gu Beiwei opened his mouth and said calmly, "Senior Bai, the princess is your daughter. If there's any misunderstanding between the two of you, why don't you clarify it in person?" Of course, Gu Beiwei knew that Han Yunxi wouldn't acknowledge him as her father. However, this was a way for them to lure Bai Yanqing out. When Gu Beiwei said this, Han Yunxi understood. She said loudly, "Bai Yanqing, what did you do to my mother back then? Why would my mother hate you so much? She would rather give herself to the Han family and follow Han Kongan than you. Tell me, what did you do to my mother? Let me tell you, I, Han Yunxi, would rather follow Han Kongan's surname and never acknowledge you as my father. You don't deserve it. My mother must have been blind to fall in love with you." As Han Yunxi spoke, she paid attention to her surroundings. Seeing that there was no movement, a chill flashed across her eyes. She said again, "Bai Yanqing, let me tell you, you'd better hide well. Otherwise, when I find you, I'll castrate you first to avenge my mother. Then I'll kill you to avenge myself." Castrate? As soon as she said this, Long Fei Yi and the other two men felt a chill down their spines. Gu leaned towards Long Fei Yi and asked in a low voice, "In the previous update, General Mu's name was typed wrongly, and it was Mu Yuanhua?" Chapter 1102. Gu asked Long Fei Yi in a low voice, "Hey, have you ever been threatened before?" How would Long Fei Yi answer? Long Fei Yi would not answer normal questions, not to mention this kind of question that was asking for a beating. He treated Gu as heir. Tacitly agreed? Gu said with a smile. It had to be said that Gu Qishao's prodding skills were enough to make Long Fei open his mouth. He didn't lower his voice like Gu Qishao did, but warned him coldly, "If you want to be castrated, this crown prince will definitely fulfill your wish after this is over." Han Yunxi was still shouting at Bai Yanqing and did not pay attention, but Gu Beiwei could clearly hear it. He gave a helpless smile. Even at a time like this, the two of them were still bickering. Besides the princess, perhaps only Gu Qishao could provoke His Highness Crown Prince with a few words. Gu was about to answer Long Fei Yi when Han Yunxi suddenly said, "Be careful, there's poison approaching." As soon as she said this, a person suddenly flew out of the wall. He charged into the sky and with a flip, he stabbed down at their heads with a sword. This person was wearing black clothes and had his head covered. They could only see that he was male and could not see his age. The black-clothed person's sword was very fast. It was the Heavenly Mountain sword technique, and his sword technique was very good. However, the black-clothed person did not reply. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi immediately spread out and pulled out their swords. Gu and Gu Beiwei also spread out and pulled out their weapons. Based on this high-level Heavenly Mountain sword technique, this black-clothed person was most likely Bai Yanqing. This was because the only person who had this kind of internal energy and sword technique was Bai Yanqing. Even if Duanmu Yao recovered her martial arts and disguised herself as a man, she would not be able to fight at this level. "Bai Yanqing, you finally dare to appear," Gu said in a cold voice. The black-clothed man did not reply. Seeing that his sword was about to pierce the empty space between the four of them, who would have thought that he would somersault a few times in the air and land to the side. "What's wrong? Too ashamed to face anyone?" Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiwei was a little puzzled as he observed his surroundings. Although he had guessed that this person was Bai Yanqing, he still paid attention to his surroundings. Attack together. Gu took out Mo Xie's sword. However, Han Yunxi stopped him. "It's a trap. He's a poison corpse, not Bai Yanqing." Gu immediately retreated and stood beside Gu Beiwei. Long Fei Yi also walked to Han Yunxi and held her hand. The poison corpse reared by Bai Yanqing actually had such exquisite sword skills. Who was this poison corpse? "Third Venerable Sage," Long Fei Yi muttered. Han Yunxi and the rest were shocked, and only then did they recall Third Venerable Sage's sword skills. So, Bai Yanqing actually raised third venerable sage into a poison corpse in such a short period of time to deal with them? Despicable! Han Yunshi was so angry that she felt unwell all over. Since third venerable sage was a poison corpse, in other words, third venerable sage was already dead. However, his corpse was controlled by Bai Yanqing to deal with them. Facing a poison corpse, other than destroying the corpse, there was no better way. Third venerable sage had helped them so much and was even kidnapped because of them. But now they couldn't even protect his corpse. How could they bear to do this? Even Han Yunshi couldn't bear to do this. What more Long Fei Yi, who had been taught by venerable sage since young. The sword in his hand had already sensed its master's anger and gave out a clanging sound. Even the Ganjiang sword on Gu's back was also vibrating. Bai Yanqing, what are you trying to do? What enmity does my eastern and western Qin have with your Wind clan? Speak. Long Fei Yi said. Ha ha ha! Wild laughter immediately came from the surroundings. This voice belonged to none other than Bai Yanqing. However, the laughter came from all directions and no one could tell where Bai Yanqing was hiding. Hearing this laughter, the black-clothed poison corpse immediately took off his mask. Han Yunshi and the rest didn't guess incorrectly. This black-clothed poison corpse was third venerable sage. Bai Yanqing, why are you still not coming out? Could it be that you were already castrated? Haha, don't tell me Mu Xian castrated you? Gu loudly asked. Helpless, Bai Yanqing didn't care about their provocation. The wild laughter was still coming from all directions. Even if they really wanted to listen, they still couldn't hear anything. Han Yunshi had already closed her eyes at some point. She wasn't listening to the sound. She was trying hard to sense Lil Thing's existence. As long as it was within a certain range, she would definitely be able to sense Lil Thing's location. Third venerable sage's eyes were unfocused. He suddenly attacked them like a walking corpse. Gu and Gu Beiwei immediately pushed him away. After all, this was Tianshan Kenzo's third venerable sage. Even if they wanted to kill him, they had to wait for Long Fei Yi to give the order. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but he didn't hesitate and said coldly, Gu, I'll leave him to you. Presumably, third venerable sage didn't want to kill them like this. Gu immediately acted. Soon, thorny vines shot out from under third venerable sage's feet and bound his feet. After all, how could a Kenzo venerable sage be trapped so easily? He cut through the vines and soared into the air. The vines followed suit and surrounded him from all sides. But third venerable sage's sword was very fast. He cut through the vines as he flew past Gu's group to attack Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't move his sword. Instead, he muttered, Yunshi, use poison. Poison corpses weren't invulnerable to poisons, but they were immune to most of them. It was very easy for Han Yunshi to destroy them with her poisons. But Han Yunshi was lost in her own world. She didn't hear Long Fei Yi's words. Gu summoned Mo Xie's sword spirit to block third venerable sage's sword. He immediately tried using poisons, but none of them were enough to kill third venerable sage. Bai Yanqing's own poison corpses weren't something Gu Qishao could destroy with his poisons. Of course, if Gu fought third venerable sage as an undying man, Gu would definitely win. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal it until the very end. Not only because he didn't want Han Yunshi to know his secret, but because Bai Yanqing hadn't shown himself yet. He couldn't reveal his trump card so soon. Gu Beiwa didn't understand poisons, so he didn't dare to get too close. All he did was help from the sidelines. He'd already sent out a few flying daggers, all of which hit their targets. Gu fought third venerable sage with Mo Xie's sword spirit as he looked back. Long Fei Yi, if it's you, send your venerable sage on his way. Long Fei Yi ignored Han Yunshi and raised his sword. But Han Yunshi pulled him back and murmured, It's in the thatched cottage. I can sense that the little thing is there. Once she said that, Long Fei Yi didn't stop. Instead, his sword suddenly turned into a sheet and attacked towards the thatched cottage. Seeing that, Gu Beiwei immediately understood and went to the right side of the thatched cottage. Gu avoided third venerable sage and went to the left side of the thatched cottage. The three men formed a three-sided encirclement and surrounded the thatched cottage. Han Yunshi shot out a poison needle towards third venerable sage. Not only was it powerful, it was also extremely poisonous. The poison needle pierced third venerable sage's abdomen. It was unknown if the poison Han Yunshi used was the same as the poison Bai Yanqing used on the white tiger. Once the needle entered his abdomen, third venerable sage turned into a pool of blood. Not even his bones were left. Only this method could destroy third venerable sage in the shortest time possible. Or more accurately, it should be to destroy the poison corpse in the shortest time possible. Third venerable sage had died long ago. This poison corpse was just a poison corpse. Han Yunshi didn't have any extra thoughts to feel sad. She turned around. She was very sure that Bai Yanqing was in the thatched cottage. Long Fei Yi and the other two had already surrounded the thatched cottage. Long Fei Ye's sword skills were superb, Gu Beiyue's speed was astonishing, and Gu's thorny vines were impossible to guard against. Although the three of them couldn't kill Bai Yanqing, they had a way to trap Bai Yanqing. However, their poison skills couldn't win against Bai Yanqing. She naturally had to be responsible for dealing with Bai Yanqing's poison skills. Before they came, they had already made arrangements for the division of labor. If possible, she hoped to be closer to Bai Yanqing and have a better connection with the little thing. Perhaps the little thing would once again give her the opportunity to advance. As long as she advanced to the third level of the poison storage space, Bai Yanqing wouldn't be able to trap the little thing. At that time, she only needed to take the little thing's tooth blood and a drop of Bai Yanqing's blood to complete the perplexing butterfly illusion catalyst. Bai Yanqing's immortal body would also be broken. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Instead of being on guard and hiding from Bai Yanqing every day, why not face him head-on and see what Bai Yanqing wanted to do? Han Yunshi turned around and was immediately stunned. How could this be? She had only shot a poison needle at third venerable sage. It had only been a moment. How she was so shocked that her mind went blank for a moment. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Who could tell her what was going on? Long Fei Yi and the rest were clearly not even 10 steps away from her. However, at this moment, what she saw was a gloomy forest. Long Fei Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Gu Beiyue and Gu were also nowhere to be seen. Even the thatched cottage was gone. Han Yunshi looked around anxiously. Only then did she realize that she was surrounded by a gloomy forest. It was as if she was standing in the only open space in the middle of a dark forest. How could this be? Long Fei Yi! She shouted. No one answered her. Not even her own voice. Long Fei Yi! Gu Beiyue! Gu! Where are you? Can you hear me? Can you answer me? Long Fei Yi! Suddenly, she stopped. She didn't call for Long Fei Yi and the rest. Instead, she shouted angrily, Bai Yanqing? Come out. What are you trying to do? Come out. She must have fallen into the Chiman array. Otherwise, such a strange thing would not have happened. They had taken so many precautions. How could they forget about this? Bai Yanqing was the leader of the Wind Clan. His Chiman art was exquisite. Chiman art was not only used in military battles, but Chiman art was their greatest shortcoming. Thinking back to the time at Lost Void Lake, if not for the fact that Lost Void Lake was filled with water vapor all year round, allowing her to use poison to find a way out, she and Long Fei Yi would not be able to enter to save people. What a good Bai Yanqing! So he had not revealed himself. So he had already set up the array and was just waiting for them to walk in. No matter what, the four of them should not have been separated. Han Yunshi was filled with hatred and regret. She really had the impulse to kill someone, but she forced herself to calm down. Bai Yanqing's motive for setting up this array was to separate them and deal with them one by one. No matter how capable Long Fei Yi and the rest were, how could they withstand Bai Yanqing's poison? Han Yunxi was about to go crazy. She clenched her fists and ordered herself to calm down. Long Fei Yi and the rest should be in the same array as her. She was trapped in the array. But the detoxification system was still operating normally. The Mu family's backyard was so big. As long as Bai Yanqing used poison, she would be able to detect it immediately. She had to calm down and concentrate to ensure that the detoxification system would detect it. Han Yunxi's judgment was not wrong. Very quickly, her detoxification system detected that there were people poisoned nearby. However, there were people poisoned in both directions. Chapter 1103. Should she choose the left or the right? Han Yunxi was caught in a dilemma. If it weren't for her self-control, she would have broken down by now. One had to know. The poisons in the people on both sides were not ordinary poisons. They were poisons that could kill them in a short period of time. How could she not be anxious? However, she couldn't be anxious in this situation. Once she was anxious, she would lose focus and the detoxification system's data analysis would slow down. Once the detoxification system's analysis slowed down, she would be even more anxious. Could there be a way for people to die because they were anxious to death? Han Yunxi took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust her state of mind. She didn't want to guess why people on both sides would be poisoned at the same time. She also didn't want to think about who was poisoned. She needed the detoxification system to provide as much data as possible before she could make a final judgment. As Han Yunxi calmed down, the detoxification system began to provide her with data. The situation of the poisoned people on both sides was very similar. There was really no difference to help her make a judgment and choice. The people on both sides were poisoned almost at the same time. Even if Bai Yanqing had ambushed poisoned soldiers in this array, it wouldn't be so easy to poison Long Fei Yi and the other two. On both sides, one of them must have been poisoned by Bai Yanqing himself. As for the other side, if Han Yunxi guessed correctly, it should have been poisoned by Gu. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei didn't even have any poison on them. With Gu's intelligence, he should be able to think of using this method to let her know his position. It seemed that either Long Fei Yi or Gu Beiwei had fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands and been poisoned. Gu was still safe for now. Was Bai Yanqing on the left or the right? Or rather, was Gu on the left or the right? Han Yunxi was wrong about other things. Han Yunxi closed her eyes and allowed herself to think more calmly. If Bai Yanqing separated the three of them, who would he look for first? The answer was undoubtedly Long Fei Yi. Therefore, the person who was poisoned was most likely Long Fei Yi. If Bai Yanqing wanted to kill Chang Fei Yi with poison, there was no need for him to wait until now, let alone go through so much trouble. He had an undying body, so he could have made a move when he learned that Long Fei Yi was the East Qin crown prince. Back then, they didn't know the secret of his immortal body, so they didn't have much vigilance against him. If Bai Yanqing wanted any one of them dead, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. They still couldn't figure out what Bai Yanqing was trying to do. However, one thing was certain: Bai Yanqing did not want their lives, nor did he want this world. Han Yunxi frowned. She thought about it seriously and analyzed it carefully. She quickly realized that the most important thing right now was not saving people, but rather finding reinforcements. If Long Fei Yi fell into Bai Yanqing's hands, she couldn't fight against Bai Yanqing with her own strength. She needed Gu Beiwei and Gu's help. So, between the two choices, she could only choose Gu. Han Yunxi calmly thought about it and tried to sense the little thing, but it was a pity that it was too far away. She could only sense that the little thing was nearby, but she couldn't sense its specific direction or position like before. Poison was the only clue she had. Her analysis was completely wrong. It was a pity that she didn't know that Gu also had an immortal body, so she didn't know that Gu could be poisoned. In reality, Long Fei Yi's group of three were still together. Gu had poisoned Long Fei Yi, hoping that Han Yunxi could find them. As for the situation on the other side and who was poisoned, they still didn't know. Would Han Yunshi choose the left or the right? Time was limited. This array was set up by Bai Yanqing. If Bai Yanqing wanted to find her, he could do it in a matter of minutes. She had to make a choice as soon as possible and find Gu and the others. If she fell into Bai Yanqing's hands, everything would be over. All of them would be at Bai Yanqing's mercy. Left, right, she muttered to herself. If someone were to make a bet with her at this time, she would definitely not take it. This was the first time she had encountered something that she wasn't sure about. She couldn't make a decision, so she could only rely on luck. Time was tight, and tossing a coin was definitely a waste of time. Han Yunshi directly chose the right. She used her qinggong to move, and her figure quickly disappeared into the dark forest. She didn't know why, but although she was running very fast, everything around her didn't seem to change. It was as if she had always been in the same place. If the detoxification system didn't remind her that the poisoned person was approaching, she would definitely have an illusion. After a while, Han Yunshi saw a woman sitting on the ground in front of her. This person was none other than Ning Jing. Ning Jing! She cried out in alarm and anxiously rushed over. She never thought that the poisoned person would be Ning Jing. As soon as Ning Jing heard Han Yunshi's voice, she immediately turned to look at her and shook her head. Her mouth had long been gagged, and her hands were tied. She could only shake her head. After Bai Yanqing poisoned her, he vanished into thin air. She knew that Bai Yanqing wanted to use her to lure Han Yunshi over. Han Yunshi naturally guessed all of this. However, at this juncture, there was no need for her to be so afraid. Anyway, she had already fallen into Bai Yanqing's array. At least she could see Ning Jing and be together with Ning Jing. Han Yunshi walked closer and saw that Ning Jing's face was already covered in tears. She couldn't imagine how much hardship Ning Jing had suffered during this period. She actually looked so haggard and weak. If Tang Li saw this, how heartbroken would he be? Han Yunshi removed the rag that was gagging Ning Jing's mouth and immediately untied her. She didn't realize that Ning Jing's 2 front teeth were missing. Ning Jing said anxiously, Han Yunshi, hurry and leave. Bai Yanqing is nearby. He just left. Han Yunshi then realized that Ning Jing's pronunciation was different. She looked up and immediately realized that Ning Jing's front teeth were missing. She was stunned. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. Actually, if it was possible, Ning Jing didn't want to open her mouth. She didn't want to open her mouth for the rest of her life. However, she had to open her mouth. She had to tell Han Yunshi about the danger here. Bai Yanqing did this? Han Yunshi was so angry that she was seething with murderous intent. Hurry and leave. Bai Yanqing is nearby. Hurry and leave. Ning Jing urged anxiously. Little Yu is still in his hands, right? Han Yunshi's voice was so cold that there wasn't a trace of warmth in it. Not only little Yu but also the Mu family's young general. Young general suffered a lot on our behalf. Han Yunshi, hurry and leave. Bai Yanqing is a lunatic. Ning Jing had been in the array all along, but she didn't know that Han Yunshi and the rest had also entered the array. She screamed just now because she was frightened by Bai Yanqing. We're all in the array he set up. We can't get out. After Han Yunshi gave Ning Jing the antidote, she helped Ning Jing stand up and said coldly, if he wants to get out, he can only die. Only then did Ning Jing know the truth. It had to be said that she was a little desperate. Ning Jing, Tang Li has already brought your daughter back to the Tang sect. If you want to see your daughter, you have to hold on. Han Yunshi said softly. Ning Jing was too weak. Actually, she didn't know how long Ning Jing could hold on. Upon hearing this, Ning Jing's eyes clearly lit up. Her daughter was finally home. Her daughter was finally by her father's side. She could finally put down her worried heart. Han Yunshi, we haven't gotten our revenge yet. You can rest assured. I won't die. Ning Jing replied stubbornly. Okay. Let's take revenge together. Han Yunshi tried hard to suppress her anger. She secretly swore that if Bai Yanqing fell into her hands, she would definitely make him pay back all the suffering Ning Jing had suffered 1,000 times over. She had to. Right now, she had to quickly find Long Fei Yi and the others. At this moment, the poison on the left was actually moving, and it was moving at an extremely fast speed. Gu Beiyue! Han Yunxi blurted out. Only Gu Beiyue could move at this speed. Could it be that Gu Beiyue was the one who was poisoned? Or could it be that one of Long Fei Yi or Gu was poisoned and was saved by Gu? Han Yunxi didn't immediately chase after it because she couldn't catch up to that speed. Moreover, she had Ning Jing with her. She could only wait and see. Very soon, Han Yunxi discovered that the poison was only moving back and forth. It hadn't gone very far. This seemed like Gu Beiyue and the others were giving her a secret signal. If they were using this method to signal her, then it meant that they hadn't fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands yet. They were still free. Ning Jing, let's go! Han Yunxi rejoiced. But just as she was about to give chase with Ning Jing, Bai Yanqing suddenly landed in front of them. That's right, it was Bai Yanqing. Han Yunxi would never forget his hypocritical face. Yunxi, where did you learn your poison appraisal skills from? Bai Yanqing's tone was gentle, like a benevolent old man. He had been watching Han Yunxi from a distance the entire time and knew her every move. He also knew that Gu had poisoned Long Fei Yi. He could see clearly that this girl had an extremely high ability to identify poisons. She had identified both Ning Jing and Long Fei Yi's poisons at the same time, then accurately pinpointed Ning Jing's location. He had already discovered this girl's skills in their previous duels, but today's test confirmed his suspicions. He knew everything about this girl and Long Fei Yi, including the secret of their dual cultivation. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how she'd learned her poison skills. She'd grown up in the Han clan, but no one had taught her. And Mu Xian didn't know poisons at all. As Bai Yanqing drew closer, Lil Thing seemed to sense its master's presence in the poison storage space, and grew agitated. Han Yunxi could feel it as well. She could even sense that Lil Thing was frantically searching for a way to escape. Perhaps I can deal with Bai Yanqing on my own, she mused. As long as my poison storage space has a chance to upgrade. Why should I tell you? Han Yunxi retorted. Bai Yanqing was alone. Perhaps Long Fei Yi hadn't fallen into his hands either. I can give you time to consider whether you want to tell me or not, Bai Yanqing said as he walked closer. Run, Ning Jing whispered. We can't run. Let's see what he wants, Han Yunxi whispered. She had to face it sooner or later. She'd rather face Bai Yanqing face to face than run away pathetically. As long as Bai Yanqing didn't want to kill them, they had to find a chance to kill him. Seeing that Han Yunxi wasn't running away, Bai Yanqing stopped and asked with a smile, Aren't you afraid of me? You're the one who's afraid of me, aren't you? You've been hiding, haven't you? Han Yunxi retorted. Chapter 1104. Han Yunxi's words made Bai Yanqing laugh out loud. Is old man afraid of you? Bai Yanqing laughed as he walked closer. Han Yunxi protected Ning Jing and retreated. She probed, Where's Long Fei Yi? Girl, how much do you like Long Fei Yi? Bai Yanqing stopped and asked seriously. It's none of your business. Where's he? What do you want? Facing Bai Yanqing, Han Yunxi really wanted to calmly probe some things, but she couldn't do it. Of course he's fine. No matter what, he's still my son-in-law. How could I hurt him? Don't worry, I won't hurt a single hair on his head. Bai Yanqing looked kind. A complicated look flashed past Han Yunxi's eyes, and she didn't say anything. Facing a lunatic like Bai Yanqing, it was useless no matter how she asked or probed. She had just threatened to castrate him, but he still restrained himself and didn't show up. Whatever she said was useless. The only way was to not say anything and wait for him to speak. Seeing that Han Yunxi didn't respond, Bai Yanqing was curious. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Han Yunxi ignored him and protected Ning Jing. She secretly pondered how to fight with Bai Yanqing to stall for time and make a loud noise to attract Long Fei Yi and the others. In this kind of maze, if one wasn't proficient in divination, it would be extremely difficult to distinguish the direction. Vision could deceive people. However, hearing and smell wouldn't. As long as she made a loud noise for Long Fei Yi and the others to hear, Long Fei Yi and the others would have a chance to find them. She had to admit that Bai Yanqing was different from the opponents Han Yunxi had met before. He was calm and astute. He didn't reveal too much just because Han Yunxi ignored him. He didn't say anything. His face maintained a hypocritical threat as he continued to walk closer and closer. Han Yunxi retreated again and again. Finally, she shielded Ning Jing behind her and pulled out her sword. In the face of Bai Yanqing's immortal body, any weapon was futile. She drew her sword, not to kill him, but to lure Long Fei Yi and the others. "Be careful, don't worry about me," Ning Jing said in a low voice. "Yes," Han Yunxi also said in a low voice. She suddenly soared into the air. She gripped the sword hilt with both hands and gathered all of her strength. She gathered all of her inner strength and the phoenix power she currently controlled into the sword. This sword was borrowed from the Shadow Guard. It wasn't a precious sword, but it couldn't withstand her internal energy. Fortunately, the sword didn't break. Instead, it exploded with a powerful sword aura. Gu Beiyue and Gu might not be able to sense it, but Long Fei Yi had been practicing the sword since he was a child. If he was nearby, he'd definitely be able to sense it. Han Yunxi looked like she was about to cut down, but she didn't. Bai Yanqing watched with amusement as he chuckled. "Yunxi, if you lure your husband here, I'll be unhappy and kill him. Don't regret it." As soon as he spoke, Han Yunxi slashed down with her sword. "You won't. Bai Yanqing, don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You just want to stop us from dual cultivating. You want me to cross swords with him. I'm telling you now, even if I die, I won't point my sword at Long Fei Yi." She didn't know why Bai Yanqing was doing this, or what his true motives were. However, she was still able to see through this. Bai Yanqing didn't flee when the sword aura slashed through the air. Although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. At the same time, Long Fei Ye's group of 3 was in a nearby forest. Long Fei Yi had already sensed the sword aura. Han Yunxi's sword had struck down, so he was even more certain of the direction. "Right side go," he said coldly. He was so anxious that he didn't even have time to worry about Gu Beiyue and Gu. Han Yunxi had already made her move, so she must have bumped into Bai Yanqing. Gu Beiyue caught up from behind. He ran ahead of Long Fei Yi, but didn't dare stray too far from Long Fei Ye's group in case something unexpected happened. However, he quickly stopped. The trees in front of him were all growing together, one right next to the other without any gap. This was a wall of trees. Long Fei Yi had already seen it. He suddenly soared into the air, but in the array, no matter how high he flew, all he could see was darkness. At this moment, he was still calm. He landed and said to Gu Beiyue, "Let's wait here." Before he could finish, Gu Beiyue said, "Understood, he'll go find the way." Gu Beiyue's figure disappeared in a flash. He used his fastest speed to follow the tree wall to the right, then turned back to the left. This tree wall had no end. They knew that this was an illusion created by the array, but they couldn't help being restricted by the array. What should they do now? "Let's go." Long Fei Yi made a prompt decision and walked back. They left the tree wall and ran blindly, stopping in a dark forest. Long Fei Yi sensed the sword chi again, and immediately said, "It's in front." As long as they moved, the array's position would change accordingly. The only inconvenient thing was the sword chi. They didn't need to care about the change in position, they just needed to chase after the sword chi. The only way to break the array was to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. But when they chased after the sword chi, they met the tree wall again. Long Fei Yi knew that he couldn't destroy the tree wall, but he still couldn't help but draw his sword and slash at it. Unfortunately, it was futile. Let's go. He left again, randomly looking for a direction and running wildly. Gu Beiwei and Gu couldn't think of any other way besides running after him. They were like Long Feiyi, they didn't dare to stop at all. Because once they stopped, they would have to face reality. These three men, which one of them had run away from something? Which one of them had retreated? This time, they didn't dare to face reality. Bai Yanqing's purpose was very clear. He didn't want to hurt them, but he wanted to take Han Yunxi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to borrow Mu Yuanhua's hand to make Han Yunxi a hostage of the Tian and emperor. Long Feiyi and the others were in a rage. Bai Yanqing questioned Han Yunxi with a worried face. Girl, you really did it. You killed your father. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Han Yunxi landed and asked coldly. You didn't get struck by lightning, let alone me? You killed my mother. What right do you have to recognize me? Yes, Han Yunxi was still making the last effort to sound out and prolong the time. She still didn't know how Mrs. Tianxin died. She only knew that Bai Yanqing had spies in the Han family. Although Mrs. Helian married into the Han family several years after Mrs. Tianxin's death, this didn't exclude the possibility that Bai Yanqing knew that Mrs. Tianxin was in the Han family. She also didn't exclude the possibility that Mrs. Tianxin's dystocia had something to do with Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was fine at first, but when he heard Han Yunxi's words, he flew into a rage. I didn't kill Mu Xian. I didn't. He charged at Han Yunxi like a madman, his aura fierce and murderous. Han Yunxi didn't expect that this topic would provoke Bai Yanqing to this extent. Was there any secret in this? She retreated, and Bai Yanqing didn't chase after her. Instead, he attacked Ning Jing. Han Yunxi hastily blocked his way, standing in front of Ning Jing to keep probing. You were the one who killed Mu Xian. It was you, but you're still quibbling. She wasn't just goading Bai Yanqing into telling the truth, but Lil Thing as well. Lil Thing had been ramming around in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space all this time. Although she couldn't communicate with it yet, she could clearly sense its determination to escape and see her. If she guessed correctly, Lil Thing had already taken on the form of a snow wolf in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. The more Lil Thing grew restless, the more agitated she became. At the same time, the feeling of breaking through grew stronger. Perhaps she'd made the right bet again. Lil Thing could be like last time at Tianshan Kenzo and become her breakthrough catalyst. Lil Thing, I'm sorry. Mama Yunxi made you worry again. Han Yunxi silently apologized in her heart. Faced with Bai Yanqing, she didn't show any abnormalities. She was still filled with righteous indignation. Bai Yanqing was so enraged by Han Yunxi's provocation that he reached out with murderous intent towards Han Yunxi. Heavens, so Mu Xian was Bai Yanqing's Achilles heel. Han Yunxi was even more curious about what had happened in the past. Just what kind of grudges had existed between Mu Xian and Bai Yanqing in the past. Fortunately, Han Yunxi was quick to dodge. She grabbed Ning Jing and didn't run far, placing herself between safety and danger. What are you angry about? Isn't that right? My mother is a princess of Western Qin, while you're a descendant of the Feng clan. What right do you have to marry my mother? What right do you have to be my father? You'll always be a servant of Western Qin's imperial clan. You're not even fit to carry my mother's shoes. And you're deluding yourself that my mother would fancy you. That's the biggest joke in the world. Han Yunxi never held back when she provoked someone. Seeing that Bai Yanqing was about to go crazy, she continued, Bai Yanqing, my mother will never give herself to you. Actually, I'm not your daughter, am I? You're here to claim kinship, but why don't you take a look at yourself first? Do you still want your old face? Shut up. Bai Yanqing couldn't control himself anymore. This was exactly what Han Yunxi wanted. If she didn't put herself in the most dangerous situation, how could she make the little thing explode? If she didn't force Bai Yanqing into a corner, how could she make him explain the truth? Han Yunxi sneered. So you still want your face? Now that I've exposed you, you know shame? Bai Yanqing, Suddenly, Bai Yanqing fiercely interrupted Han Yunshi. He said, "If I'm not worthy, your father is even more unworthy." Han Yunshi was stunned when she heard this. Although she had always suspected that Bai Yanqing wasn't her biological father, she was still shocked when she heard Bai Yanqing say this with her own ears. Rather than being shocked, it was more of a pleasant surprise. She burst out laughing. "You're not my father. So you really aren't. How lucky she should be." The huge rock in his heart immediately disappeared, and his heavy heart relaxed in an instant. She couldn't wait to tell this good news to Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei. This was Han Yunshi's greatest success in provoking someone, but at the same time, it was also her greatest failure. After Bai Yanqing said this, he immediately sobered up. His entire body suddenly turned cold, and his shrewd eyes stared coldly at Han Yunshi. He finally realized that he had been tricked by this girl, and at the same time, he also noticed the poison beast's irritation in the poison storage space. Han Yunshi knew that things weren't good, and just as she was about to turn and run, Bai Yanqing said, "Han Yunshi, if you take another step forward, old man guarantees that you'll see Su Xiaoyu's corpse." Chapter 1105. Su Xiaoyu. Han Yunshi hadn't heard this name for a long time, and she hadn't seen that child for an even longer time. Back then, even though she knew that Su Xiaoyu was a spy, she still couldn't harden her heart to get rid of her. She still hoped to subdue that girl and keep her by her side. Because of fate, she inexplicably couldn't hate that child Su Xiaoyu. Secondly, she really couldn't harden her heart to push such a young child to a dead end. Now that she thought about it, Han Yunshi would rather chase away Su Xiaoyu, who had lost her memory, than keep her by her side and let her be kidnapped as a hostage and suffer so much. Su Xiaoyu would rather starve to death or die of illness than become a hostage for Jun Yixie to threaten her. This matter had been repeatedly mentioned in Bai Yuqiao's letter. She knew that Bai Yuqiao, as an older sister, was reminding her of little Yu Er's sacrifice and reminding her to keep her promise, rescue little Yu Er and treat little Yu Er well. When she thought of little Yu Er's obviously young but mature face and the pool of blood behind Tiger's prison, Han Yunshi's heart felt stifled. Little Yu Er could never know that she had an older sister and who her older sister was. However, she definitely couldn't die in Bai Yanqing's hands. Han Yunshi was about to stop when Ning Jing spoke first. "Han Yunshi, even if I die, Su Xiaoyu can't die. My brother made a promise to Bai Yuqiao, and my brother's promise is the D clan's promise. We can't break our promise to a dead person." "I know." Han Yunshi's tone was especially firm. She stopped and turned to look at Bai Yanqing. She asked Bai Yanqing coldly, "You dare?" "Han Yunshi, if your mother had a little bit of your temper back then, she wouldn't have fallen into that situation," Bai Yanqing said coldly. "You killed her." Han Yunshi said coldly, "No. Old man, I'll say it for the last time, it's not me," Bai Yanqing said and immediately pulled out his long sword. Han Yunshi knew that she couldn't escape. This battle was unavoidable. She had Ning Jing retreat to the side and pulled out her sword. Seeing this, Bai Yanqing sneered disdainfully. "Girl, your mother knows her place better than you. Do you think you can win?" Bai Yanqing's gaze was scornful to the extreme. Han Yunshi retorted in disdain and said loudly, "Yes, and you'll win beautifully. If you dare to give me 3 moves. All right, the old man will convince you wholeheartedly. If you can't kill the old man within 3 moves, then obediently go back with the old man." Bai Yanqing readily agreed. From his point of view, Han Yunshi was someone who wouldn't shed tears until she saw the coffin and had overestimated herself. But a scheming look flashed past Han Yunshi's eyes. She had always been able to bend and stretch, advance and retreat as needed. After following the Long Fei Yi for so long, she had been influenced by his temper and didn't talk nonsense or do things without a motive. She had an ulterior motive for this battle and these 3 moves that she had obtained. Otherwise, if she knew that she couldn't win, Why would she waste her energy? Two top-rated poison experts didn't use poison in their battle because poison was ineffective against each other. They could only use sword arts. Before Bai Yanqing made a move, Han Yunxi held her sword and attacked first. She possessed the full level of Nirvana energy and also controlled some Phoenix energy. Her martial arts skills were far above Bai Yanqing's. As she got closer, the sword ray became bigger and bigger and the sword chi became more and more vigorous. It could even hurt the surroundings. But Bai Yanqing just held his sword and faced it head-on. He allowed the sword chi to cut on his arm and even his face. Earlier, when he didn't dodge and forcibly received the sword attack, Han Yunxi already had a plan in mind. She wanted Bai Yanqing's poison goo human blood. Although Bai Yanqing didn't dodge that sword attack and directly received it, he suffered internal injuries. This time, she wanted Bai Yanqing's sword to spill blood. Han Yunxi's gaze turned cold as she released all her inner strength and phoenix feather energy and added it to the sharp sword. In an instant, the sword chi was like a rainbow and was unstoppable. Bai Yanqing, you agreed to give me 3 moves. If you dodge, you're a coward. Han Yunxi shouted. Bai Yanqing looked at her coldly and didn't answer. The strong sword chi slashed down from the sky, and following it was Han Yunxi's sharp sword, which was aimed at Bai Yanqing's head. But no matter how much strength Han Yunxi used, she still couldn't chop it down. God knows how this fellow's bones have mutated too? Han Yunxi quickly gave up and the tip of her sword changed direction. The second move fiercely chopped down on Bai Yanqing's arm. This sword didn't chop off Bai Yanqing's hand, but it made a deep cut on Bai Yanqing's arm and blood spurted out. Han Yunxi made a prompt decision and brandished her sword to stab Bai Yanqing's eyes to divert Bai Yanqing's attention. Almost at the same time when she made her third move, the poison storage space absorbed a drop of Bai Yanqing's blood. 1 drop was enough. Although she had gotten what she wanted, Han Yunxi didn't stop her third move and didn't relax her strength. She continued to stab towards Bai Yanqing's eyes with all her might. Bai Yanqing reflexively closed his eyes, and to Han Yunxi's surprise, her sword actually pierced through his eyelid. In other words, Bai Yanqing's vitals were all invulnerable to swords and spears. The 3 moves ended. Not only did Bai Yanqing not lose his life, his wound also stopped bleeding very quickly and there wasn't much blood. Han Yunxi didn't hesitate and turned to flee. Stinky girl, you're going back on your word. Bai Yanqing roared. I don't need to keep my word to people like you. Han Yunxi ran with all her might. She was purposely forcing Bai Yanqing to make a move. She had gotten what she wanted and now it was up to this little thing. You're courting death. As expected, Bai Yanqing was enraged and chased after her with his sword. Just as his sword was about to reach her, Han Yunxi suddenly turned around and took the initiative to meet the blade. At that moment, even Bai Yanqing could feel the little thing roaring in anger in the poison storage space. In that split second, Bai Yanqing's blade still missed by a little and the sharp sword pierced through Han Yunxi's abdomen, almost piercing through Han Yunxi's abdomen. That was close. In fact, Han Yunxi was already prepared to dodge. In that split second, if Bai Yanqing's blade didn't miss, she would have dodged. She wasn't so stupid as to court death to provoke the little thing. She could feel the little thing's rage and was waiting for the opportunity to level up. However, the poison storage space didn't change and her mental state was still very good. Leveling up would be very tiring to the point of fainting. From the looks of it, there were no signs at all. Han Yunxi, who had never lost a bet in her life, started to feel uneasy. Could it be that this time she lost the bet? Bai Yanqing's sword was at her neck and Han Yunxi was about to hit the brick. Who knew? Bai Yanqing used the sword handle to hit the back of her head. Han Yunxi couldn't stand still and felt the world was spinning. Very quickly, her vision turned black and she fainted. At that moment, Long Fei Yi and the other 2 were already motionless. The sword aura disappeared and they couldn't tell the direction. They looked around with anxiety, unease, worry, anger and all kinds of emotions written all over their faces. Long Fei Yi finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled out his profound frost sword. With a sweep of his sword, the sword aura was like a rainbow that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Unfortunately, the surrounding forest didn't move at all. Long Fei Yi swung his sword again, and with an imposing aura, the whole earth shook. Unfortunately, the surrounding forest didn't move. He didn't believe in this. Sword after sword burst out and the surroundings quickly turned into a field of sword aura. If not for Gu Beiwei and Gu's strong inner strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Finally, Long Fei Yi suddenly stopped. The sword blade stabbed into the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Beiwei was shocked and shouted at Gu, "Antidote, quick!" Even he was panicking and forgot that Long Fei Yi was still poisoned. In order to let Han Yunxi detect the poison, Gu poisoned Long Fei Yi. If he didn't detoxify now, he would lose his life. Gu's mind was filled with Han Yunxi's safety. Only now did he remember this matter and quickly took out the antidote. Long Fei Yi was even more panicked than the two of them, forgetting that he was poisoned. He took the antidote and knelt down on one knee. His hands were on his sword and after a while, he muttered, "I lost her. It wasn't you, it was us." Gu fell to the ground, feeling like he had no strength left. This was the first time in his life that he had been trapped like this. Other than sitting here and waiting for death, he couldn't do anything. How could Gu Beiwei not feel despair? He had already walked through every path he could, walking in every direction. If he wasn't blocked by the forest, he would find that he had been walking in circles the entire time. He had also lost the princess. Long Fei Yi suddenly stood up and roared out, "Bai Yanqing, come out! If you want the perplexing butterfly illusion, this prince will give it to you. Come out! The perplexing butterfly illusion is in this prince's hands. Come out! If there's anything, come at this prince alone. Why are you making things difficult for a woman? Bai Yanqing, come out if you're a man. Come out!" No matter how Long Fei Yi scolded or provoked, there was no response. Long Fei Yi and the others didn't know that Bai Yanqing had already lost all his patience with Su Xiaoyu. He didn't even want the perplexing butterfly illusion anymore. Right now, he only had one goal. Suddenly, the surrounding forest disappeared and returned to its original appearance. The surroundings were still empty. There was still a thatched cottage to the side and they were still in the Mu residence's backyard. The array had been broken. But where was Han Yunxi? Han Yunxi! Long Fei Yi chased out of the backyard and searched the entire Mu residence. Gu Beiwei and Gu didn't say anything and immediately split up to search. This array must have been broken by Bai Yanqing himself. He must have left without saving her. Long Fei Yi and Gu were on the verge of going crazy. Fortunately, Gu Beiwei still retained a trace of calmness. He immediately ordered all the shadow guard to split up and seal the city gate. He also dispatched people hiding outside the city to search in two groups. One group would enter the city to help recruit people, and the other group would search in different directions outside the city. He himself followed Long Fei Yi, afraid that something else would happen. Sure enough, when he caught up, Long Fei Yi was already seething with anger. He killed all the Mu family guards on the west gate, leaving only one person alive. He grabbed that person's neck and pressed him against the city gate. His face was terrifyingly cold. He angrily questioned, "Where is Mu Yuanbua?" Gu Beiwei heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Long Fei Yi still maintained his last bit of rationality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of the Mu family so quickly. He could escape Bai Yanqing, but he couldn't escape the Li clan's Mu family. Gu Beiwei prayed that the Li clan's Mu family would know what Bai Yanqing wanted to do and know Bai Yanqing's whereabouts. Otherwise, he had no idea what a senseless Long Fei would do next. Chapter 1106. Long Fei Yi still had a bit of reason left in him, but the Mu family's soldiers didn't give him any hope. This one doesn't know. This one doesn't know anything. Your Highness Duke of Qin, spare my life. Spare my life. The guard was so nervous that he couldn't even utter the words, "Your Highness Duke of Qin." In this imperial city, Long Fei Yi had been bestowed the title of Duke of Qin at a young age and had been the Duke of Qin for many years. In this city, every faction feared and respected him. In this city, there were countless glorious memories that only he knew of. Perhaps there were still many people who yearned for the past, the peace of the Three Kingdoms and the peace of the Dragon Realm. You won't speak. Long Fei Yi arched an eyebrow. This one really doesn't know anything. Great General is bent on doing things his own way. Even the clan's elders can't persuade him. This one. Before he could finish, Long Fei Yi tightened his grip and killed him. The entire southern gate was dyed red with blood and corpses littered the ground. It was a desolate scene. Long Fei Yi stood by the city gates, his figure lonely and austere under the moonlight. His surroundings were silent except for the clanging of his long sword. Gu Beiyue was extremely worried. He was about to step forward to persuade him when Long Fei Yi turned to leave, heading towards the palace. As soon as he reached the gates, he saw the Mu family's soldiers guarding the gates, but Mu Yuanbu's figure was still nowhere to be seen. However, this strict defense caused Long Fei Yi's lips to curve into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. He knew that Mu Yuanbu had to be in the palace. Long Fei had always known that one day, he'd come back to the palace gates. This place wasn't just Tianning's empire, but also Tian'an's imperial city. It was also the former capital of the East Qin Empire. However, he had never imagined that he would be standing here in such a situation at this time. He raised his sword and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, scram. Otherwise, don't blame this prince for slaughtering your entire Li clan." However, the hundreds of guards did not move. Only one elder walked out. It was the great elder of the Li clan. He knelt down. "Your Highness, the Grand General was forced. Bai Yanqing had kidnapped the young general, and the Grand General had no choice but to obey Bai Yanqing. Your Highness, those commoners weren't killed by the general. They were killed by Bai Yanqing's men." Mu Yuanbu saw with his own eyes that Bai Yanqing had kidnapped Han Yunxi and Ning Jing. He went forward to ask for them, but was completely ignored by Bai Yanqing. Only then did he realize that Bai Yanqing wasn't making a deal with him, but was only using him. Now that Han Yunxi had fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands, the world was set in stone. The Li clan's reputation had been ruined, and he had no more value. He couldn't catch up to Bai Yanqing, but was told that the Mu family's array had been broken. He immediately turned back to take Lu Yue away. He thought that Bai Yanqing would at least trap Long Fei Yi's group for a few days. He never expected Bai Yanqing to be so decisive and leave no way out for the Li clan. Once Long Fei Yi's group left the array, would they spare the Li clan and the Mu clan? Mu Yuanbu had no choice but to tell the truth to the clan elders. They cursed him for his stupidity, but could only help clean up the mess. Mu Yuanbu wanted to escape with the Li clan's military book. He still had a glimmer of hope that he could use the book to save Qingwu's life. However, First Elder stopped him and asked him to surrender to Long Fei Yi and discuss the rescue with Long Fei Yi. Therefore, First Elder ordered all the Li clan members to guard the palace gate, not to stop Long Fei Yi, but to beg Long Fei Yi. Beg for forgiveness, beg for help. When First Elder knelt, hundreds of people all knelt and said in unison, "The general was forced. Please have mercy, Your Highness. Please uphold justice for the Li clan and save the young general." It had to be said that even Gu Beiyue couldn't bear to listen to this, let alone Long Fei Yi. On what basis? Why forgive? Why save? Why were there always such ridiculous things in this world? Ridiculous people? Could a sentence of, "I had no choice," or "I was forced," be enough to redeem all sins? In this world, who didn't have a choice? Who didn't have a choice? No choice? No choice? Long Fei Yi laughed out loud. Ever since he was young, he'd heard this phrase too many times. He'd endured too many times. Every time he was forced to do something, what could he do? Besides silently enduring it, What else could he do? He rejoiced that he'd been forced to hide his identity and Han Yunshi's identity. Han Yunshi hadn't resented him and hadn't left him. Other than that, no one knew how much he'd been forced to do. How much helplessness and forbearance had he endured and persevered year after year. His mother had placed him in Grand Concubine Yi's palace when he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. How much had he endured and sacrificed from then until the fall of power in Tianning 20 years later? Who could he find to say, no choice? Did these people in front of him know that he'd been so close, to agreeing to Han Yunshi's request? Agreeing to Han Yunshi's request to exchange his life for the lives of the entire city? Because he'd been forced, did that mean he could force others to be forced? Long Fei Yi sneered. Speak, what do you want this crown prince to do? As long as your highness the crown prince saves the young general, my Li clan is willing to submit to the East Qin imperial clan and serve eternally. We're willing to offer all of our military texts to your highness, the head elder declared loudly. Long Fei Yi sneered disdainfully. What a pity, this crown prince doesn't care. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. One had to know that even though the Li clan's Mu clan's numbers were declining and their military strength was insufficient, even to the point of being denied by many disciples in the past few days, the Li clan's military strategy book was one of the most precious treasures in the world. How many emperors dreamed of obtaining them? Other than the military texts, the Li clan's Mu family had no other bargaining chips to negotiate with Long Fei Yi. The head general was horrified. He could only choose the last path. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Li clan is willing to hand over Mu Yuanbua and ask for your Highness's forgiveness and the world's forgiveness. Mu Yuanbua was the one who promised by Yanqing to massacre the city. The entire Li clan was concealed. Your Highness, please show mercy. Tisk tsk. Long Fei Yi was contemptuous. It turns out that your Li clan's Council of Elders has such great authority? The implication of these words was that the Li clan's elders could restrain Mu Yuanbua and hand him over. Why did they do it earlier? What did the Council of Elders do when Mu Yuanbua was going to massacre the city? The head elder was actually resisting. Hearing Long Fei Yi's question, his back was already covered in cold sweat. He also regretted not stopping the patriarch earlier. He did hope that the patriarch could save the young lord. As long as the young lord came back, the Council of Elders would definitely push the patriarch out to bear all the sins of the Li clan. However, he never thought that the situation would develop this quickly and become like this. At his wits' end, the head elder could only bring up the past. He said, Your Highness, the head general knows his wrongs. Please. I ask your Highness to forgive the Li clan for not agreeing to the Wind and Black clans and defecting to East Qin. As long as your Highness can save the head general, the entire Li clan is willing to accept any punishment. It was fine if the head elder didn't mention this matter. Once he did, Long Fei Yi's killing intent completely exploded. No defection? He. Long Fei Yi walked over step by step, forcing the guards to scatter and forcing the head elder to retreat. Your Li clan was eating my East Qin's salary and military pay. It was the silver of my East Qin's royal treasury. It was the grain that my East Qin's citizens gave to feed your entire clan, your entire army. When East Qin was in trouble, your Li clan fled with your army. Do you expect this crown prince to be deeply grateful if you didn't change sides? Long Fei Yi swept his cold gaze over the Li clan members before he raged. This crown prince is telling you now, your Li clan is the main culprit behind East Qin's demise. Your traitors are deserters. You've let down East Qin and the people who raised you. If the Li clan had 100,000 soldiers in the past, they wouldn't have been destroyed if they had protected East Qin. After East Qin was destroyed, the 7 noble families suffered heavy losses and went into seclusion. Cloud Realm Continent didn't enter a period of peace after the Great Qin's civil war ended. Instead, it welcomed an even larger scale of war, with countless battles in the east, west, north, south, and central. The common people couldn't even find a peaceful place to flee. That was Cloud Realm Continent's darkest and bloodiest period. After countless battles, the four nations gradually formed a balance of power. In Long Fei Ye's eyes, the Li clan's neutrality was the most hypocritical and irresponsible form of evasion. Compared to the traitorous Black Clan, Long Fei Yi hated the Li clan even more. Today, in the midst of his rage, these people dared to take credit for what happened in the past? They even wanted to negotiate terms with him to save Mu Qinggu? How laughable was that? Utterly shameful. Long Fei Ye's words made everyone's souls tremble. Everyone had always thought that the Li clan was a neutral faction that didn't participate in wars. They also thought that their actions were the wisest choice. They'd never considered the words betrayal and desertion. Nor did they expect the East Qin Crown Prince to criticize them like this. You have no right to negotiate terms with this Crown Prince. Either you continue to be deserters or you scram. Either that or die. Long Fei gave an ultimatum. The hundreds of clan members actually began to scatter in all directions. In the end, only a few old men and a few middle-aged men from the Council of Elders remained. Long Fei Yi didn't make a move himself. He didn't want to dirty his sword, nor did he want to waste time with such foolishly loyal people. Gu Beiyue, he said, I'll leave this to you. So speaking, he gripped his sword and strode forward, scaring the elders out of the way. With a single slash, he split open the vermilion gates of the palace and killed his way in. Aside from a few ordinary guards, there was no one else inside. Long Fei Yi grabbed a eunuch and was about to ask which palace Mu Luiyue was in. At this moment, Gu suddenly appeared from the side and pushed a woman forward. This was none other than the Tian'an's empress, Mu Luiyue. Mu Luiyue fell to the ground and looked up to see Long Fei Ye's celestial face. At this moment she was completely stunned. She thought that she was dreaming. Chapter 1107. Mu Luiyue wanted to see Long Fei Yi again even in her dreams. This was the man she had yearned for since she was a child. She looked at the high and mighty Long Fei Yi, forgetting her situation for a moment. How she wished that time would stop at this moment forever, that there would only be her and Long Fei Yi in this world. This wasn't an extravagant hope, it was simply wishful thinking. Gu quickly walked over and said, I've searched everywhere, but I didn't see that old thing Mu Yuanhua. But, with her here, that old thing will definitely come out. Gu didn't have the usual smile on his face. Other than being serious, there was only seriousness. That pair of long and narrow eyes were gloomy, as if the whole world owed him a debt. Long Fei Yi didn't even look at Mu Luiyue and said coldly, Hang her on the city gate and whip her. With these words, Mu Luiyue finally woke up from her beautiful dream. Your Highness! She exclaimed, but before she could plead, Long Fei Yi had already left. It wasn't that Long Fei Yi didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex, but that in his eyes, Mu Luiyue wasn't even as good as a smelly stone. His fragrance and his jade was only Han Yunxi. As for Gu, he didn't know the meaning of tender feelings for the fairer sex at all. He grabbed Mu Luiyue by the back of her collar and dragged her away. When Long Fei Yi arrived at the palace gate, he saw that it was empty. Only Gu Beiyue was standing there. Where are they? Long Fei Yi asked. The Li clan elders and the group of people left behind didn't just provoke him, they provoked the whole world. How could they let them go so easily? They've all been escorted to the side. Your Highness, we have to use the Li clan to give the world an explanation. Gu Beiyue said seriously. In fact, based on his understanding of Bai Yanqing, since Bai Yanqing dared to remove the formation and let them out, it meant that Bai Yanqing was not afraid of them and had already escaped far away. He had to do everything he could while His Highness still had hope in his heart and before he completely lost his mind. How could Gu Beiyue not be anxious? Not angry? Not panicking? However, in the end, someone had to force himself to calm down. If he didn't calm down at this time, If Long Fei Ye's killing intent was aroused and he did something out of line, it would be exactly what Bai Yanqing wanted. Long Fei Yi slaughtered all the guards at the west gate. In less than an hour, the guards at the other 3 gates, as well as the soldiers stationed inside and outside the imperial city, all fled. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them surrendered. One had to know that these guards and soldiers were not from the Li clan, but were recruited soldiers. Many of them were recruited from Long Tianma's hands. Why did they choose to flee instead of surrendering? There was only one reason. The matter of Long Fei Yi slaughtering the guards at the west gate made them afraid. They were afraid that even if they surrendered, they would still be killed. This was not a good sign. If the matter of Long Fei Yi slaughtering the guards at the west gate was used by someone with ulterior motives and wantonly publicized, then the people's hearts that had been created with great difficulty would collapse. Only the hearts of the people could end the rebellions and wars in the shortest time possible. Only then could the losses and damage caused by the war be minimized. No matter how angry Long Fei Yi was or how out of control he was, he could not become the second Mu Yuanhua. He could not indiscriminately kill the innocent and slaughter human lives. Gu Beiyue stood at the city gate. First, to prevent the people in the palace from escaping. Second, to give himself time to convince himself to calm down. Only when he calmed down could he convince Long Fei Yi to calm down. The people of the Li clan deserved to die, but they could not be killed now. They had to hand over the Li clan to the people of the imperial city and let the people vent their anger. When the people had vented their anger, they would naturally submit to Long Fei Yi. Once the people in the imperial city submitted, it would be an excellent opening. In other parts of the Tianan country, whether it was the people or the officials, would all surrender. Subduing the enemy without fighting was the supreme art of war. Looking at Long Fei Ye's monstrous anger, Gu Beiyue was prepared to be angry. But who knew that Long Fei Yi did not ask him why he did not kill the people of the Li clan? Long Fei Yi said, "Very good. Very good?" What did this mean? Gu Beiyue could not figure out what he meant. Just as he was about to ask, a person suddenly fell from the palace gate. Gu Beiyue looked up and saw Mu Luiyue tied up by thorny vines. She fell from the top of the gate and hung in mid-air. Gu flew down from the palace gate with a long whip in his hand. He sneered, "Where do you want to hit first? Her face?" As soon as he said this, Mu Luiyue immediately screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" This sound was as sharp as the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through proportion. He hadn't even hit her yet, and she was already scared to this extent? As the daughter of a military family, the Li clan's Mu family's face was completely thrown away by her. "Father! Father, save me! Save me! Father! Father, where are you? Come save me! Father! You can't abandon your daughter!" Long Fei Yi and the others had not even threatened her, but Mu Luiyue was the first to call for her father. "Your Highness, I beg you to spare me. What my father did has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about it. I can't make the decision either." "Your Highness, since young, Luiyue has admired." At this point, Long Fei Yi lost his last bit of patience. He said coldly, "Gu, what are you still standing there for? Xiao!" Gu lashed out with his whip, directly hitting Mu Luiyue's face. The whip mark split her face vertically into 2 halves. "Ah!" Mu Luiyue cried out. Only God knew if she was crying from fright or pain. Letting her cry, Gu did not show any mercy. He lashed out with his whip again, hitting her face again. This time, the whip mark split her face horizontally into 2 halves. This time, her face was badly mutilated and divided into 4 halves. This face could no longer be called a face. Mu Luiyue was practically using the power of a prehistoric era to scream, her voice breaking the silence and desolation that filled the palace and city. So noisy. Gu was about to lash out for the 3rd time when Mu Luiyue suddenly scolded, "Gu, are you still a man? You hit a woman." "Are you a woman?" Gu retorted loudly. You're all bullies. If you have the ability, go find my father. What's the point of bullying a woman like me? Woo-woo. Mu Luiyue wailed. At this moment, Long Feiyi finally raised his head and looked at Mu Luiyue. He looked seriously at Mu Luiyue's face. Mu Luiyue suddenly quietened down. Even though her face was burning with pain and she was on the verge of collapse, but when she saw Long Feiyi looking at her, she still quietened down. So many years, she had always hoped that His Highness would look at her. But now that he finally looked at her, her face was ruined. Mu Luiyue frantically turned her head away, not daring to look at Long Feiyi. She felt that she was extremely pathetic and laughable. What else in this world could make her feel more hopeless than this? Gu, you really can't bully a woman. Long Feiyi opened his mouth. Hearing that, Mu Luiyue suddenly turned her head back, and there was a sliver of hope in her despair. She thought, it must be her words that made His Highness change his mind? She knew that His Highness still had a little bit of pity for her. Put her down, Long Feiyi said again. This time, Mu Luiyue not only saw hope, but also saw spring. She was so happy that she forgot the pain on her face, and was about to speak to Long Feiyi. Gu suddenly waved his sword and cut off the thorny vines. In an instant, Mu Luiyue fell from the towering palace gate, while Long Feiyi watched indifferently. Yes, that was what he meant. Mu Luiyue looked at his indifferent and cold expression. Only then did she realize that there was no pity. He really wanted her to die. Just as Mu Luiyue was about to fall to the ground, a figure rushed out from the palace gate and hugged Mu Luiyue in time. Who else could this person be besides Mu Yuanbo? As soon as Mu Yuanbo hugged Mu Luiyue, Long Feiyi rushed over. Mu Luiyue stared at him in a daze, but unfortunately, Long Feiyi treated her like air. He grabbed Mu Yuanbo's collar and pushed him back hard against the wall, roaring, "Where is Bai Yanqing?" Gu Beiyue and Gu Qishao chased after him as well, with Mu Yuanbo on either side. As for Mu Luiyue, she had no chance to be bullied even if she wanted to. She fell to her knees and looked back at Long Feiyi's back. Sadly, she found that not only did he not pity her, but he also did not want her to die. He did not put her in his eyes from the beginning to the end. He wanted to deal with her father, and she was just a pawn. Let go of Luiyue and I will tell you. Mu Yuanbo still treated his daughter as a treasure. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting. He thought that he could hold back. As long as he did not go out, Long Feiyi would have to agree to Great Elder's conditions and let him go, and let the Li clan go. Bai Yanqing had just left, and Long Feiyi's time was actually very tight. Therefore, as long as he could sacrifice Luiyue, Long Feiyi would be the only one who would compromise in the end. Sacrificing Luiyue could save himself and the Li clan. Unfortunately, he really could not do it. Just as he could not sacrifice Qingwu to protect the reputation of the Li clan and the Mu family. Between his father and the patriarch, he chose the former. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. As soon as Long Feiyi said this, Gu retreated to Mu Luiyue's side. Gu did not make a move, but Mu Yuanbo knew what he wanted to do. Long Feiyi. Mu Yuanbo was angry. You hurt a woman like this, and you are still not satisfied? If you are a man, you can just come at old man. Long Feiyi was particularly calm. Mu Yuanbo, Tianan, how many women are there in the imperial city? Mu Yuanbo was stunned and could not answer for a long time. How many old people and children are there? Long Feiyi asked faintly. Mu Yuanbo hurriedly explained, those people were killed by Bai Yanqing. I was also forced. I knew that you and Han Yunxi would definitely come. As long as you come, Bai Yanqing will stop. Long Feiyi, old man does not want to see a massacre more than you do. Long Feiyi suddenly flew into a rage and slapped him. He said angrily, so all this has to be sacrificed by Han Yunxi alone? Is it? So your Li clan and the Mu family can hurt Han Yunxi, is it? Mu Yuanbo had never been slapped in the face like this in his life. He was completely enraged. Long Fei Yi, I am just a father. If you don't let go of Luiyue and Qingwu, I will not tell you where Bai Yanqing is even if I die. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would slap him again, directly throwing Mu Yuanbua to the ground. I am also just a husband, he said coldly. Gu, throw Mu Luiyue into a brothel for me. Chapter 1108. Hearing Long Fei Ye's words, Mu Luiyue was so scared that all the hair on her body stood on end. She got up and wanted to escape, but the shadow guard immediately came to stop her. She had nowhere to run. She looked at Mu Yuanbua and said angrily, Father, you can't treat me like this. You can't abandon me for brother. Father, I hate you. Although Mu Yuanbua was frightened, he still persisted. He knew that as long as he didn't say anything, Long Fei Yi wouldn't really do anything to Luiyue. He could slowly waste time with Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi didn't have much time. He still had a chance of winning. He wasn't willing to give up his last effort. He only had one condition, and that was to let go of his children. Of course, the women here included Qingwu and Luiyue. In fact, he had done a lot of wrong things in his life, and had let down everyone in the Li clan. Everything he did was to protect these two children. However, his most beloved daughter actually accused him and slandered him like this today? Luiyue, I didn't give up on your brother, and I didn't give up on you. Mu Yuanbua explained. If he had given up on her, would he have rushed to the palace and shown up to be slapped twice by Long Fei Yi? Then tell them that you don't want brother anymore. Tell them to let me go. As long as they let me go, I'll tell them where Bai Yanqing is. Mu Luiyue said anxiously. As soon as she said this, Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a sneer. Gu was even more disdainful. Gu Beiyue looked at Mu Yuanbua with sympathy. Mu Yuanbua was stunned. He looked at his daughter's face covered in blood and roaring at him. He suddenly felt weak and didn't know how to answer her. Father, why don't you tell me where Bai Yanqing is? Tell me. Father, you don't want to, right? Okay, you don't want Luiyue for brother. I knew it. I knew you were biased since you were young. I hate you. I hate you. Mu Luiyue burst into tears. Mu Yuanbua looked at her, his eyes wet. He had always known that he was not a good patriarch, but he felt that he was at least a good father. But he suddenly realized that he wasn't a good father either. How could he not know that his daughter had become like this? He had always thought that his daughter was spoiled and ignorant. He had never thought that his daughter would be so cowardly and selfish to this extent. He actually wanted him to give up on Qingwu. That was her biological brother. Besides, had she ever thought of him? Would Long Fei spare him as a father? Biased. I might as well kill myself. Maybe I can still see my mother. Mu Luiyue was still crying. No matter how much she cried, the shadow guard did not stop. 2 shadow guards carried her away. In the end, Mu Yuanbua compromised. He didn't know why he compromised. He was so desperate that he couldn't think properly. Bai Yanqing is in the Xingwang Temple on the outskirts of the western part of the city. His people are all there. He asked me to meet there twice. I don't know anything else. Mu Yuanbua sat dispiritedly, as if he could never stand up. Long Fei Yi handed the father and daughter over to the shadow guard to deal with. Without any delay, he turned and left. Gu Beiyue paused for a while. He whispered to the shadow guard, "Don't lock them up for the time being. Keep a close eye on them and wait for orders. Also, hide the news. Don't let the people know that Mu Yuanbua is in our hands." Yes. The shadow guard immediately obeyed. If it was before, the shadow guard would still hesitate and ask if this was His Highness's idea. But now, even if he knew that it was Gu Beiyue's idea, the shadow guard still obeyed. At this time, a shadow guard came forward and said seriously, "Young Master Gu, you should hurry over. If there is an ambush in the Xingwang Temple, it will be bad." Gu Beiyue nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't have much hope. Since Bai Yanqing let them out, he had full confidence that they wouldn't be able to find them. Long Fei Yi and Gu couldn't understand such a simple logic, but they still looked everywhere like crazy. They still had a little bit of rationality, but that little bit of rationality could no longer support them to think properly. Gu Beiwei couldn't bear to break their last hope. It was said that the calmest person was the most cold-blooded person. In fact, the calmest person was the most pitiful person. It wasn't that they couldn't feel pain, but even if they felt it, they had to hold on. Even if they were in despair, they had to maintain hope. Gu Beiwei quickly caught up with Long Fei Yi and the others. When they arrived at the Xing Wang Temple, the sky was already bright. This Xing Wang Temple was a dilapidated temple with dilapidated walls and overgrown weed. Long Fei Yi was the first to rush in. His speed was comparable to Gu Beiwei's. He searched the entire temple inside and out at the fastest speed, but the result was disappointing. Mu Yuanbua. Gu turned around to find someone to settle the score. He thought that Mu Yuanbua had lied to them. Gu Beiwei had to stop him. It seems that Bai Yanqing has left. This place is so close to the imperial city. He wouldn't be stupid enough to hide here. As soon as he said this, Long Fei Yi suddenly looked over. He realized that his judgment was wrong. I don't care if he left or not. Didn't Mu Yuanbua have a deal with Bai Yanqing? Now that poison girl is in Bai Yanqing's hands, Bai Yanqing will definitely return Mu Qingwu to him. I'm going to wait, Gu said angrily. As soon as he said this, he was alerted and realized that he was completely wrong. If Bai Yanqing suddenly kept his promise and released Mu Qingwu, Mu Yuanbua and the Li clan elders wouldn't have to beg for their forgiveness and help to save people. Gu Qishao viciously kicked at the dirt on the ground, but he couldn't vent his anger no matter what. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was terrifyingly silent. He was like an expressionless, soulless death warrior, staring at the Xing Wang Temple. Gu Beiwei wasn't worried about Gu. It was better to vent than to keep it in. After all, he was most worried about Long Fei Yi. In fact, he was most worried about another thing. However, that was a secret. He couldn't say it, especially not at this time. If he said it, then he probably wouldn't be able to persuade Long Fei Yi no matter how much effort he put in. Gu suddenly took out Mo Xie's sword and swept it fiercely at the surrounding weeds. After a few slashes, the surrounding vegetation was razed to the ground. Gu looked back and said coldly, Long Fei Yi, where's the perplexing butterfly illusion? The perplexing butterfly illusion was the only way to lure out Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi stood motionless, as if he didn't hear Gu's words and didn't say a word. Gu Beiwei sighed helplessly. Gu suddenly slashed the ground with his sword and broke it. He was really muddle-headed. The perplexing butterfly illusion had always been in Han Yunxi's hands. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had already used the perplexing butterfly illusion to blackmail Bai Yanqing in the array, but Bai Yanqing had completely ignored them. Who knew if Bai Yanqing knew that the perplexing butterfly illusion was in Han Yunxi's hands, or if he didn't want it anymore? In any case, unless Bai Yanqing showed himself, they had no way of luring him out. They had lost all initiative in the battle. What was Bai Yanqing trying to do? The four of them had discussed this countless times on their way here from the three-way battlefield. They didn't know what Bai Yanqing was trying to do, but there was one thing they were certain of. Bai Yanqing's actions in Tianshan Kenzo were to force Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi to fight and kill each other. If Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi didn't complete dual cultivation in less than a year, then everything would be over. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi fighting wasn't just a matter between the two of them, but also a matter between Eastern and Western Qin. It was also a matter of the world. When that time came, how could the world not be in chaos? Suddenly, sword light flashed. It was Long Fei who'd unsheathed his sword. He turned around and dashed through the forest at high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages of his sword in his wake. Wherever he went, the trees were destroyed. Just how great was Long Fei Yi's hatred? Did he hate Bai Yanqing or himself? Gu Beiwei and Gu chased after Long Fei Yi, not daring to make a sound. They chased after him all the way to the city. Long Fei's sword glints and sword shadows along the way attracted countless onlookers, but Long Fei pretended not to notice. He went straight to the palace after entering the city. In the palace, Gu Beiwei made arrangements. Everything was in order. Everyone left behind by the Li clan's Mu family, including the Mu family's father and daughter, were imprisoned. As for Long Tianma, Gu Beiwei continued to keep him under house arrest. When Long Fei reached the palace, he didn't say a word or ask a single question, but rushed straight to the secret prisons. Gu Beiwei was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled helplessly. He didn't expect Long Feiyi to know about his arrangements. Although Long Feiyi wasn't calm, he wasn't stupid at all when it came to things other than Han Yunxi's whereabouts. His sword was pressed against the ground and dragged all the way, making a low sound on the ground. The sound was even more obvious in the quiet secret prison. Long Feiyi, what did you want to do? He stopped in front of the prison door where Mu Yuanbo was imprisoned and actually split open the door. Mu Yuanbo was actually prepared to die, but in the face of such a cold Long Feiyi, he was still afraid. There was actually a trace of regret in his heart. Even he couldn't believe it. Long Feiyi's sword was pointed in front of Mu Yuanbo. His angular and handsome face was full of coldness. He held the sword in one hand, and the other hand was hanging by his side. He clenched his fist and exuded a dense coldness. He was like a ruthless ice demon. Coldness and murderous intent began to pervade the prison. Even Gu Beiwei and Gu, who were standing behind Long Feiyi, were unconsciously afraid, let alone Mu Yuanbo. Mu Yuanbo found that his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Mu Yuanbo couldn't help it. Your Highness, old man, before he could finish his words, Long Feiyi's sword was raised fiercely. In an instant, the sword radiance was released. The sword radiance was so bright that it shattered the iron bars on all three sides of the prison. Gu Beiwei and Gu were forced to retreat and avoid it. The dazzling and powerful sword radiance engulfed Mu Yuanbo's figure. Long Feiyi's profound frost sword, which was raised high, suddenly swung down. As it fell, all the sword radiance dissipated, and the sword aura gradually dissipated. They saw only Mu Yuanbo's intact head was left in the center of the prison cell. Mu Yuanbo's body was fragmented and scattered in the surrounding pool of blood. Mu Yuanbo's eyes were not closed. He didn't die in peace. He probably didn't expect that he would die in such a way. Long Feiyi was silent. Without looking at Mu Yuanbo, he turned and walked to the side of the prison cell. Gu Beiwei was anxious and hurriedly chased after him. Your Highness! Chapter 1109. Your Highness, Bai Yanqing didn't mean to kill the princess. The princess might not be in danger? Your Highness, we still have time. The most important thing for us now is to get the Ganjiang sword. Your Highness, if you slaughter, the world will be in chaos. Bai Yanqing will succeed. Your Highness, the princess will not want to see your hands stained with blood. Your Highness, if you kill for the princess will be criticized by the world. Your Highness, saving people is more important. Maybe Bai Yanqing is still nearby. Let's continue to search and think of a way to leave. Maybe the princess will leave clues for us. No matter how Gu Beiwei tried to persuade him, Long Feiyi ignored him and didn't respond. He dragged his sword on the ground and walked step by step to the other side of the prison cell. He was obviously angry, but in the silence, the sound of the sword dragging on the ground sounded especially lonely and even revealed a desolate aura. Was this the voice in Long Feiyi's heart? Long Feiyi didn't respond, so Gu Beiwei stopped. Gu followed closely and didn't stop at all. He was waiting for Long Feiyi to start killing and couldn't wait to kill all these people. Although he couldn't save Poison Lass for the time being, he had to vent this anger. He had to vent it for Poison Lass. They had paid for themselves. Gu Beiwei looked at Long Feiyi's tall but lonely back, his eyes solemn. Looking at the situation, It was futile to persuade him. What to do? Long Fei Yi had already started killing. He killed Mu Yuanbua and everyone in the Li clan. What's next? What would he do next? Gu Beiwei was anxious, so anxious that he didn't know what to do. His mind was blank. This was the first time in his life that he was at a loss. He had no clue and was anxious to the point of panic. Even when his internal strength was crippled and his legs were crippled, he didn't panic like this. Gu Beiwei had no choice but to give chase. When he caught up, Long Fei Yi was just about to attack the 4 elders of the Li clan. Gu Beiwei pressed down on his sword. Your Highness, this world belongs to you and the princess. You have no right to destroy it. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He didn't even look at Gu Beiwei. Gu looked over. His eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he sent Gu Beiwei flying. Gu Beiwei slammed into the wall beside him. Ignoring the pain, he got up and tried to stop him again. Unfortunately, as soon as he reached Long Fei Yi's side, he saw that the floor of the prison was covered in blood and flesh. Only 4 human heads were left and their eyes were wide open. His speed was so fast that no one could stop him. Gu Qishao was stunned by the sight before he muttered, "Satisfying." Even if he didn't have the chance to attack, watching Long Fei Yi take his revenge was very satisfying. Long Fei Yi was still silent. He was so silent that it made people afraid that he would never speak again. He dragged his blood-stained sword and continued to walk to the left side of the prison cell. On the left side of the prison cell was a large prison cell. There were more than 20 Li clansmen inside. They didn't know about the massacre in the prison, but when they saw Long Fei Yi's cold face, they were all afraid. "This time, let me do it," Gu said coldly. Who knew that Long Fei Yi actually opened his mouth? He said, "Get lost." Before Gu could refute, Long Fei Yi walked into the prison cell. The 20 over people in the prison knew that there was no hope of surrendering. In order to survive, they scattered and surrounded Long Fei Yi. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let's go together and kill him." As soon as his voice fell, the person's head was chopped off by Long Fei Yi's sword. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened and wanted to escape. Gu kicked over and closed the prison door. What followed after was a terrifying massacre. Gu Beiwei turned his head. It wasn't that he pitied the Li clansmen who deserved to die, but he couldn't imagine that after killing this group of people, who else would Long Fei Yi want to kill? Other than this group of Li clansmen, the majority of the people were innocent. When the prison door opened, Gu Beiwei looked over. He saw Long Fei Yi's body and face covered in blood. The profound frost sword was dyed red with blood. He walked out step by step, as if he was a devil from hell. Every step was stained with blood. Behind him was a river of blood. Had Long Fei Yi become a devil? His eyes were scarlet red. Seeing Long Fei Yi like this, walking over step by step, Gu Beiwei felt powerless. He muttered to himself, "Princess, where are you? Do you know that His Highness' hands are already stained with blood? Princess, do you know that His Highness has dyed cloud sky continent with blood?" At this moment, how he wished that the princess could come back. How he wished that the princess could stand in front of him, and also stand in front of His Highness. Unfortunately, this was an extravagant hope. Long Fei Yi walked in front of him. Even though his brows were furrowed and his eyes were pleading, Long Fei Yi didn't stop. Instead, he dragged his sword and brushed past him. Gu Beiwei closed his eyes in despair. But Long Fei Yi stopped behind him. He spoke. His tone was very light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He said, "Gu Beiwei, I'll leave Tianan to you. Hang the heads of all the Li clansmen at the city gate. Don't forget Mu Luiwei. Hang it up as well. Tell the world that anyone who uses commoners to threaten this crown prince, even if it's a woman, this crown prince won't let them off." After he finished speaking, he strode away. Gu Beiwei was stunned. Gu was also stunned. They didn't think that Long Fei Yi would actually resist. He didn't lose control, he didn't go crazy. He didn't fall into Bai Yanqing's trap. He didn't disappoint him and Han Yunxi's many years of hard work. He didn't disappoint the world's love and expectations. He cruelly slaughtered the Li clansmen, but with an irrefutable reason, he shocked the world. Then what about his pain, his worry, his hatred, his panic? How deep did he have to hide to be able to resist Han Yunxi being kidnapped? To resist the fact that he and Han Yunxi might not be able to dual cultivate, and that their swords would clash? Gu Beiwe knew. Seventh young master, he is a true member of the imperial family, a true emperor. Gu Beiwe muttered. While he was gratified, his heart faintly ached. A truly mature man didn't depend on how much responsibility he could shoulder, but on how much pain he could hide in his heart, leaving the sorrow to himself. Long Feiye's figure was already far away. Gu Beiwe knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. This subordinate will not disappoint you. Gu looked at Gu Beiwe and then looked into the distance. He quickly chased after him. However, he couldn't find Long Feiye anywhere. He found the city gate and asked the shadow guard. Only then did he know that Long Feiye had left the city on a horse alone. Where is he going? Gu asked. This subordinate doesn't know, the shadow guard replied truthfully. Gu kicked the city wall fiercely and roared, Bai Yanqing, I don't believe I can't find you. Even if I have to turn this world upside down, I will definitely drag you out. Gu also left the imperial city. He couldn't go to the ends of the earth with Poison Lass, but he had to go to the ends of the earth to find her. Gu Beiwe didn't personally kill Mu Luiwe because he didn't want to dirty his hands. He had the shadow guard kill her and cut off her head according to Long Feiye's instructions. He didn't know if Mu Luiwe knew about Long Feiye's instructions before she died. In short, her eyes never closed after her death. Gu Beiwe hung the 30 or so heads of the Li clan on Tian'an's western gates for the public to see. He also told the world about Long Feiye's word. Tian'an's citizens immediately hailed Long Feiye as their guardian deity. Although Long Feiye had yet to proclaim himself emperor, the citizens of Cloud Realm Continent all hailed him as the Cloud Realm Sage Monarch. Long Feiye was the first person in the history of Cloud Realm Continent to win the hearts of the world with his 20 or so heads and a single warning. Gu Beiwe personally oversaw Tian'an's cities and used the surrendered soldiers to subdue the rebellious cities. In the end, everything went smoothly with the help of the citizens. As for Tian'an's emperor, Long Tianma, he was still under house arrest in the palace. In fact, he and Long Tianma were old friends, but the man only ordered his attendants to never make things difficult for him. He was to serve him well, but he never went to see the man. 3 months later, Gu Beiwe never left Tian'an's imperial city, nor did he use his original troops to conquer the entire Tian'an country. Gu Qishao, on the other hand, had searched everywhere he could, but reality proved that his efforts were all in vain. He couldn't find any news about Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. During these 3 months, Long Feiye didn't seek out Han Yunxi. He was always on the battlefield, and all the cities that he passed by were all taken down. All of the battles in the central regions and Tian'an were over. The rebel armies were either killed or surrendered. Western Zhou's General Chu's rebel army had fled, while the rest of Western Zhou's army had long left Tian'an's borders. Emperor Kong Qing kept all of his troops stationed at the border, trembling with fear every day. He was worried that Long Feiye would personally lead his troops to attack. However, news came from the army that Long Feiye hadn't personally led any of the battles. As soon as he arrived at the army, he used his horse as the vanguard to kill the enemy. One man could fight 100 or even 1,000. For 3 whole months, no one heard him speak a single word, not even a word. Tang Li came down the mountain to look for him, but he knew he was in the army. Every time he did, Long Tianma would leave. It was as if he was purposely avoiding meeting with anyone. After 3 months, Ning Qing and Jin Zi finally conquered the southern regions of Northern Li. They were now in a standoff with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Although Jin Zi had used the Tiger troops to recruit a few batches of Black Clan soldiers, their numbers were still limited. It was a miracle that they could conquer the southern regions of Northern Li before winter set in. Most importantly, Ning Qing hadn't lost a single battle. How could Ning Qing focus on the war? Every 10 days, she would send a letter to Gu Beiyue, asking about the princess' whereabouts and Long Fei Ye's plans to rescue her. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue's replies disappointed her every time. For 3 months, Han Yunxi was tied up in a dark room. She couldn't see the other hostages. Bai Yanqing was very vigilant against her. He personally delivered her 3 meals a day and didn't say a single word to her. No matter how she provoked him, he wouldn't answer. The little thing wasn't her turning point. She had mastered the perplexing butterfly illusion, the poison of the 5 elements, beauty's blood, corpse's blood, and poison Gu's blood. Han Yunxi wasn't worried about herself. She was only worried about Long Fei Yi. She didn't even care about the time of dual cultivation. She couldn't imagine how Long Fei Yi had been living these days after she was kidnapped. This morning, Bai Yanqing delivered breakfast as usual. Han Yunxi's hand was gently stroking her stomach. When she heard the noise, she quickly let go. Chapter 11:10. Han Yunxi had let go of her hand because the child Long Fei Yi had been waiting for had sprouted in her womb. Hadn't she been waiting for her child as well? But now that the child was here, she couldn't immediately share her joy with Long Fei Yi. She couldn't even imagine how happy he'd be if he heard the news. That day, after Bai Yanqing knocked her unconscious in the array, she woke up to find herself in a little black room. She didn't know how many days she'd been unconscious, nor did she know when day and night had passed. Bai Yanqing was probably afraid of her, so he only gave her 3 meals a day. Unless necessary, he wouldn't answer her at all. She really couldn't get anything out of him. She activated all the functions of her detoxification system and found countless poisonous plants around her. The only thing she was certain of was that Bai Yanqing had locked her up in the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds poison storehouse. As for where the storehouse was, she had no idea. She spent her days in complete darkness, worrying about Long Fei Ye's condition, but unable to do anything. This was probably the most depressing thing she'd ever experienced in her life. It wasn't until she realized that her abdomen would occasionally swell with pain, but her good friend still hadn't shown up that she realized she might be pregnant. Her abdomen would occasionally hurt in the early stages of pregnancy, very similar to when her good friend showed up. Although she was a doctor, she wasn't an obstetrician, so she didn't know much about this. She'd only learned this when she chatted with Ning Jing at Three-Way Black Market, and Ning Jing had told her. The pulse in the early stages of pregnancy was very, very weak and varied from person to person. Some people's pulses could be felt in the 30th day of pregnancy, while others needed 40 or even 50 days to feel the pregnancy pulse. She didn't know how old the child was when she felt the pregnancy pulse. She also didn't know how old the child in her womb was at that time. Thinking about it, she'd be lying if she said she didn't feel guilty. If this child had been discovered earlier, everything would have been different. Given Long Fei Ye's temper, he'd definitely put her under house arrest in Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. Although she didn't know the exact time, she could still feel the temperature change in the little black room. Medical City was located in the north, and the small dark room was shady and cool. Han Yunxi analyzed many factors and concluded that it should be autumn now. It should be between July and August. The last time she saw her good friend was in late March. If that was the case, the child should be around 4 months old. She had always been very thin, and her dress was loose. If Bai Yanqing did not look carefully, he would not be able to tell. However, she could clearly touch her bulging belly. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, they were both Long Fei Yi and her flesh and blood. They were growing day by day and would soon be able to sense her emotions, hear her voice, and perceive the movements of the outside world. Han Yunshi wished so much that she could return to Long Fei Ye's side before the little fellow could hear the sounds of the outside world and perceive the movements of the outside world. She liked Long Fei Ye's deep and magnetic voice the most. Although it was naturally cold, it was still very pleasant to the ears. If the little guy heard his father's voice, he would definitely like it very much. Under Bai Yanqing's watch, her chances of escaping the poison sect's poison grounds were 0, even if she knew she had escaped. Thus, her only hope was to think of a way to lure reinforcements over. Long Fei Yi and the others would definitely be searching everywhere, and the poison sect's forbidden grounds had always been guarded. In addition, she and Long Fei Yi had already sent a group of poison guards to hide in the depths of the forest after discovering the mysterious black-robed men. If she wanted to lure reinforcements over, she had to leave this little black room. Although she was anxious, Han Yunshi had never tested Bai Yanqing, much less tried any other methods. If she didn't have full confidence, rashly testing him would only increase Bai Yanqing's guard. Then it would be even harder for her to escape. She could only be patient and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Bai Yanqing opened the door and entered with a lantern as usual. The lantern immediately lit up the sealed room and Han Yunshi's face. Han Yunshi sat in a corner with her arms wrapped around her knees. Her stomach was so tightly covered that no one would be able to find any clues. Bai Yanqing sized her up, and she did the same to Bai Yanqing. When he saw her look over, Bai Yanqing gave her a friendly smile but didn't say anything. He put down the food basket and turned to leave. The food basket had 3 layers and was filled with all sorts of food and soup. Bai Yanqing seemed to be very worried that she wouldn't eat well and was especially attentive to her food. Han Yunshi knew that Bai Yanqing was taking care of her so much because he was afraid that her body would be damaged during her imprisonment and she wouldn't be able to contend against Long Fei Yi. He wanted her and Long Fei Yi to fight and kill each other, but that was on the premise that she was safe and sound, neither sick nor injured. Only when the two of them were on par with each other would the battle be exciting, right? Even though she knew that Bai Yanqing didn't have good intentions and was vicious, Han Yunshi still ate her 3 meals a day with a clear conscience. If she didn't eat her fill, how could she have the strength to fight against him? If she didn't eat her fill, how could she ensure that the little fellow in her stomach was nourished? Based on this point, she was much luckier than Ning Jing. Han Yunshi also knew that the fact that Bai Yanqing didn't hurt her would be a huge bargaining chip for her. If she wanted to escape from the small dark room, she could only use this to make a fuss. On the day of the Japanese server, Han Yunshi still couldn't think of a way. If she didn't guess wrong, it was autumn now. The time limit for her and Long Fei Ye's dual cultivation was about to come. It was only about 5 months. If she delayed any longer, she would really be afraid. On this day, Bai Yanqing came to deliver breakfast again. Han Yunshi was still huddled in the corner without saying a word. She stared coldly at Bai Yanqing. Just when Bai Yanqing walked out of the prison cell and was about to lock the door, Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness and suddenly let out a low howl. Bai Yanqing immediately became alert, but he didn't look over. Instead, he turned around and walked forward. Han Yunshi hardened her heart and rolled to the ground. She covered her stomach with both hands and couldn't help but cry out twice. Blood flowed out from under her skirt. Bai Yanqing looked back and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still opened the door and entered. "Stupid girl, don't even think about." Before he could finish his words, he saw that Han Yunshi's skirt was dyed red. At the same time, he also saw that her stomach was slightly bulging. "You?" Bai Yanqing was very surprised. He smelled the scent of poison. He thought that Han Yunshi was going to play some tricks again. He didn't expect that Han Yunshi was actually pregnant. Furthermore, she poisoned herself to abort the child. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. "Haha, you little girl, old man really underestimated you." Bai Yanqing sneered. Han Yunshi's face was filled with pain as she looked up. I'd rather Long Fei Yi not know about his existence than let him kill his own flesh and blood with his own hands. I'll be the villain." This sentence successfully aroused Bai Yanqing's interest. He laughed with great interest. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. 5 months later, your family of 3 will be reunited. It will be very interesting." "There won't be a family of 3. Bai Yanqing, don't worry, I'll accompany my child," Han Yunshi said coldly. 5 months later, even if we're at the gates of hell, our family of 3 will still be reunited. Let me tell you, I'll definitely not raise my sword against Long Fei Yi in this lifetime. What does it feel like to truly love someone? What does it feel like to be truly loved? You won't use it." Bai Yanqing was stunned. Han Yunshi's skirt was stained with more and more blood. "No. You can't die. Your child can't die. Absolutely not." Bai Yanqing seemed to have gone crazy. A cold glint flashed across Han Yunshi's eyes as she said, "You definitely won't be able to detoxify my poison." These words successfully angered Bai Yanqing and also made Bai Yanqing anxious. He immediately rushed out and shouted, "Someone, go to Medical City and get an obstetrician for old man. Hurry!" Upon hearing this, Han Yunshi heaved a sigh of relief. She had indeed poisoned herself, but the dosage was carefully prescribed by the detoxification system. If there had been a little more, not to mention the child, even she would have lost her life. This dosage was enough to cause the symptoms of a miscarriage, but if the poison was detoxified in time, she could still be saved and recover. She had no other choice. This was the only way and she could only take this risk. She had already made preparations. They would either live together or die together. She had thought of countless methods. She had thought of falling down and taking safflower. However, using poison was the safest and the one she could control the most. After all, she didn't leave a way out for herself, but she had to leave a way out for the child. If she regretted it, the antidote would be available at any time. Bai Yanqing took a blood sample from the ground. After pondering for a while, he quickly prepared an antidote and forced Han Yunshi to take it. However, the attendant still hadn't found the doctor. Han Yunshi curled up on the ground, shivering. She seemed to be very cold. She seemed to be still bleeding. The blood stains on her dress were slowly spreading. Bai Yanqing stood high above and watched. He had no choice but to personally find a quilt from the stone couch to cover Han Yunshi. However, the quilt didn't help. "Why hasn't the doctor come yet?" he shouted. Hao San hurriedly walked in. "Master, it's not that easy to go to Medical City to catch someone. What if we alert the enemy? In this subordinate's opinion, the child is gone." Bai Yanqing looked at the shivering and pale Han Yunshi. He asked, "Can you guarantee that both the child and the child won't die?" Han Yunshi had just threatened him like this. Hao San didn't understand medicine, let alone obstetrics. He didn't dare to answer. If the child was gone, the master would have less fun. However, if Han Yunshi was gone, it would be a big deal. "I've already sent people to find the doctor. They will catch him as soon as possible." Hao San spoke truthfully. Cold, Han Yunshi was sober. She was indeed very cold, but not as cold as she appeared. "Bai Yanqing, it's useless. Goodbye. If you want to see Long Fei, help the 2 of you say goodbye to him." The blood seemed to be flowing more and more, dyeing a large area of the thatch red. Bai Yanqing and Hao San didn't go to the extent of lifting Han Yunshi's skirt. They didn't know that Han Yunshi's condition wasn't that serious. Most of the blood that flowed later came from her leg. Even if it was delayed for another 2 hours, Han Yunshi could still hold on. As far as they were concerned, Han Yunshi had the potential to bleed out a lot. Bai Yanqing's eyes narrowed into a straight line. He was angry and anxious. He was only a poison master, not even a poison doctor. He didn't have any way at all. He grabbed Hao San's collar and asked angrily, "Why hasn't the doctor come yet?" "Why?" Hao San was even more anxious than him. He suddenly had an idea. "Master, the doctor must be on the way. Why don't we take her to see Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu? Ning Jing has given birth before, and Su Xiaoyu has been by Gu Beiyue's side for a long time. She knows medicine. Chapter 11:11. As soon as she heard the names Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu, Han Yunxi's heart finally settled. She knew she'd succeeded. Perhaps Ning Jing wouldn't be able to help much, but that girl Xiao Yuer definitely could. As expected, Bai Yanqing personally picked her up and rushed out of the little black room. They ran through the corridors for a long time before finally jumping into a dark hole. Han Yunxi had been paying attention to her surroundings the entire time. She was certain that they were in a secret underground room. The poison sex storehouse had an enormous underground palace, but they'd already destroyed it. Could there be a secret underground palace they didn't know about? Han Yunxi had once thought that if she could get out of the little black room, she'd be able to attract poisonous creatures. Perhaps she'd cause a huge commotion in the storehouse and attract the attention of the poison guards. But now, it seemed that even if she left the little black room, things would still be very troublesome. She fell down with Bai Yanqing, but to Han Yunxi's surprise, the lower they went, the brighter the light became. This wasn't the secret underground room she'd imagined. Soon enough, they landed on the ground. Han Yunxi discovered that they were in a cave on a cliff. The light was coming from outside the cave. This place was very similar to the underground palace they'd seen before. Although it was an underground palace, it was actually hidden within the mountain. Outside the cave, they could see the cliffs of the mountain. The poison sex storehouse only had two large mountain ranges. One was called Clear Breeze Mountain, and the other was called Monarch's Descent Mountain. The secret underground room they'd destroyed was inside Monarch's Descent Mountain. Thus, it was very likely that they were inside Clear Breeze Mountain. The ravine between Clear Breeze Mountain and Monarch's Descent Mountain was a lush forest. That was where the poison sex sacrificial altar was located. Han Yunxi stared at the dazzling light shining in from outside the cave. It was as if she saw the light of hope. As soon as Bai Yanqing arrived, the guards pushed open the stone door on the cave wall. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu were imprisoned in the cave. Ever since Bai Yanqing kidnapped Han Yunxi, he hadn't paid much attention to Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu for a long time. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu were sitting on the stone couch and talking. When they saw Bai Yanqing carrying Han Yunxi in, they were very surprised and stood up at the same time. Before Bai Yanqing could speak, Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu discovered that Han Yunxi's lower body was bleeding a lot. At this time, the baby was already 5 months old. Although it wasn't very obvious, Ning Jing could tell that Han Yunxi was pregnant at a glance. "Put her down. Lay it flat. Hurry!" Ning Jing roared. Although she wasn't a doctor, she had personally experienced it once. She knew more than others. Han Yunxi must have suffered a miscarriage because of something. When encountering such a thing, the most terrible thing was to be tossed around. She must lie down on the bed and not move around. After being yelled at by Ning Jing, Bai Yanqing was resentful. He put Han Yunxi on the stone couch and said coldly, "She suffered a miscarriage due to poisoning. The poison has been cured. The doctor is on the way. You two think of a way. If anything happens to her, you two will be buried with her." If one didn't know about this scene, they wouldn't be able to guess that Han Yunxi was kidnapped by Bai Yanqing. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu didn't care about what happened. Ning Jing quickly took a quilt to help Han Yunxi keep her warm. Su Xiaoyu quickly took her pulse. Han Yunxi had already closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious. However, she knew that Bai Yanqing and Hao San were still standing at the side. Su Xiaoyu had been with Gu Beiyue for so long. Her talent was better than Bailey Mingxiang's. She did have some skills. When she took her pulse, she felt that something was wrong. Although her master's fetus was affected and she had lost a lot of blood, there were no signs of bleeding from a miscarriage. Where did the blood on her dress come from? If she really lost so much blood because of a miscarriage, the child would be in a very dangerous situation. Even the adult would be in danger. However, judging from her pulse, As long as she took the medicine in time and stayed in bed for about a month, the child would be saved. Her master's current danger wasn't caused by the miscarriage, but by this bleeding wound. If the bleeding wasn't stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Xiaoyu was a shrewd person. She glanced at her master and saw that her master's eyes were tightly shut. She more or less guessed the reason. She turned back to look at Bai Yanqing. "Pen and paper, hurry up. I want to prescribe medicine to stop the bleeding. If you wait any longer, not to mention the child, even the adult will die. Hurry up." "What kind of hemostatic medicine do you want?" Hao San quickly asked. Before Bai Yanqing could reprimand him, Su Xiaoyu angrily said, "Do you think it's a knife wound? Do you think it's something that can be casually used to stop the bleeding?" "Pen and paper," Bai Yanqing said coldly. Hao San hurriedly went to get it. Su Xiaoyu prescribed a bunch of medicine, including hemostatic medicine and pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. "Hurry up. You have to be quick." Su Xiaoyu's nervous appearance made everyone present snort coldly. However, Bai Yanqing still looked through all the medicinal ingredient. After confirming that Su Xiaoyu's prescription didn't contain any other information, he asked Hao San to personally go and get it. This place was very close to Medical City. Once they arrived at Medical City, there would be no need to worry that they wouldn't want it. Ning Jing didn't know the truth. She was such a stubborn person, but she was already crying. She stood at the side, not knowing what to do. This made Bai Yanqing believe Su Xiaoyu's words even more. A complicated look flitted across Su Xiaoyu's eyes. Although she hesitated, she steeled her heart and took a gamble in the end. She pretended to be nervous and hurried. She lifted the blanket and was about to lift Han Yunxi's skirt when she suddenly turned back to look at Bai Yanqing. She said fiercely, "Get out!" If Bai Yanqing wasn't worried about Han Yunxi's life, how could he tolerate Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu being so fierce to him? "What are you doing?" Bai Yanqing still asked cautiously. "Checking. If the situation is bad, we can only abandon the child and try to save the mother," Su Xiaoyu said seriously. "No." Ning Jing stood up immediately. Little Yu'er was acting, but Ning Jing was really anxious and sad. She took little Yu'er's hand and cried, "Is there no other way?" As a mother, she couldn't bear to see this kind of thing. "Sister Jing, don't be like this. I have to check quickly. If there's a delay then." Su Xiaoyu didn't continue and pushed Ning Jing away. Bai Yanqing retreated and ordered someone to lock the door. He personally stood guard at the door and waited. Even if the three of them were locked up together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Bai Yanqing would never have thought that he had underestimated Su Xiaoyu so much. The three of them really wouldn't be able to do anything if they were locked up in the secret chamber. As soon as the stone door closed, Han Yunxi immediately opened her eyes. Ning Jing was shocked. She was about to speak when Su Xiaoyu quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Guard the door in case they suddenly barge in." Ning Jing didn't understand, but still did as she was told. Han Yunxi really wanted to stop the bleeding, but she didn't dare to move. Although the poison had been neutralized, she was indeed showing signs of a miscarriage. She had to be very careful, especially after losing so much blood. Her body was much weaker. If she suffered a miscarriage because of the excessive blood loss from the wound on her thigh, she would be finished. If something really happened to the little guy in her womb, she wouldn't have the face to see Long Fei Yi for the rest of her life. "Master, you have hemostatic medicine, right?" Su Xiaoyu asked as she lifted her skirt. Han Yunxi immediately passed it to her. "Little girl, long time no see. You're still so smart." Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything. She stopped the bleeding and bandaged Han Yunxi's wound as fast as she could. After confirming that there weren't any major problems, she carefully pulled down her skirt and covered her with the blanket. She looked at Han Yunxi and said seriously, "Master, Xiao Yu'er missed you." Han Yunxi pinched her cheeks and said helplessly, "It's Master's fault for not being able to save you. It's a good thing Xiao Yu'er didn't get rescued. Otherwise, Master wouldn't be able to keep up this act today, Su Xiaoyu said in a low voice. Han Yunshi had Xiaoyu come closer and whispered, Xiaoyu, this is the Clearbreeze Mountain Palace in the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds. Think of a way to write a prescription and send these words out. This is our only way out. Su Xiaoyu was shocked. How did you know? I can't be wrong. Han Yunshi said seriously, there's no need to send them out all at once. Take your time. We still have 5 months. I have to take the medicine for at least a month, so you'll have plenty of chances. Bai Yanqing is very shrewd, so you must be careful. Understood. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Han Yunshi was still worried and added, they've gone to Medical City to catch a doctor. The doctors there are all on our side, so we'll act according to the circumstances. All right. Su Xiaoyu nodded seriously again. How should they write the prescription so that Bai Yanqing won't find out? How should they attract the attention of the person who's going to get the medicine? This wasn't a simple matter. At this moment, Ning Jing walked over and whispered, just what's going on? Bai Yanqing seems to be very worried about this child. Han Yunshi told them everything in a low voice. Ning Jing couldn't help but frown. How dare you? I had no choice. If I didn't take this risk, his father and I would lose our lives. He wouldn't be able to live either. Han Yunshi gently stroked her stomach, pushing her guilt and heartache to the bottom of her heart. Su Xiaoyu adjusted herself and went to open the door, asking anxiously, Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? Why isn't it here yet? What's the situation? Bai Yanqing asked. His life isn't in danger for the time being, and the child is safe. But if the medicine doesn't come soon, even Dr. Gu can't do anything about it. Little Yu was so anxious that she was about to stomp her feet. Bai Yanqing paced back and forth. At this moment, Han Yunshi pretended to suddenly wake up and immediately wanted to get off the bed. Ning Jing followed suit and quickly stopped her. Han Yunshi, are you crazy? Do you want to die? I don't want it anymore. Han Yunshi said word by word. Seeing this, Bai Yanqing grabbed Su Xiaoyu's neck with one hand and said angrily, Stupid girl, if you die, old man will bury everyone with you. Han Yunshi didn't dare to move anymore. Ning Jing quickly helped her lie down. She looked at the ceiling with a look of despair, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, 2 attendants escorted a female physician over. Little Yu had never seen her before, but Ning Jing felt that she looked familiar. She couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Little Yu was about to talk about her condition, but Bai Yanqing stopped her. The female physician had traces of crying on her face. She glanced at Ning Jing and seemed to want to say something but didn't dare to. She stood there foolishly. Go over and take a look. Hao San urged. The female physician jumped in fright and quickly walked over to the bed. When she saw Han Yunshi, she was shocked. Chapter 11-12. The female doctor was already extremely frightened when she was kidnapped. When she saw Han Yunshi, she was so frightened that she almost handed her over. Han Yunshi was also very surprised to see Medical City. Wasn't this the 4th young miss of the Ren family in Medical City? Bai Yanqing's men had actually kidnapped 4th young Miss Ren. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? 4th young Miss Ren had very high attainments in obstetrics. During the medical conference back then, Gu Beiyue had personally picked her to be his assistant. First, he liked her medical skills, and second, because of her background. The Ren family was a major power in Medical City. Since Gu Beiyue had helped 4th young Miss Ren, the Ren family would naturally stand on Gu Beiyue's side. Seeing 4th young Miss Ren's shocked expression, Han Yunshi hurriedly gave her a look. 4th young Miss Ren looked confused. Who knew that Bai Yanqing would suddenly shout, Men, go! Get that prescription back! Quick! What was going on? Could it be that Bai Yanqing realized that the secret of the prescription would be leaked? But he had already checked the prescription, hadn't he? Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing looked at each other, not daring to move. Han Yunshi was still calm. She was still lying on the bed, maintaining a look of despair. Fourth young Miss Wren was terrified and at a loss. She had just taken care of a pregnant woman in the obstetrics department. After tidying herself up, she was about to go home when she was suddenly kidnapped. The kidnappers were dressed in black and had covered her eyes the entire way. She didn't even know who she had offended and why they wanted to kidnap her. However, she understood everything as soon as she saw Ning Jing. The kidnapping of Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu had never been made public. Only the young master knew about it. As for Han Yunxi's kidnapping, very few people knew about it. She originally didn't know anything. It was only when Dean Beiwei wrote her a letter 3 months ago, asking her to help search for him, that she realized the severity of the situation. Dean Beiwei wanted her to instruct all the obstetricians to pay attention to every patient and prescription. If there were any abnormalities, they were not to expose them on the spot. They were to report them immediately. Due to the incident with Gu, Dean Beiwei had personally established a complete and strict obstetrics system as soon as he took over the position of dean. On the one hand, the doctor's right to examine and treat pregnant women was abolished, and professional obstetrics and gynecology clinics were established. There were very strict prescriptions for medication. Unless it was a professional obstetrician, no doctor was allowed to prescribe medication to pregnant women. On the other hand, they had joined forces with Medicine City and issued a strict ban on the sale of medicine. Without a prescription from an obstetrician or a prescription that had been reviewed, no pharmacy was allowed to sell medicine to pregnant women. Although this method couldn't stop a psychopath like Gu Yuntian, it could, to a certain extent, prevent medication mistakes and medical accidents. This was what Gu Beiwei had learned from the incident with Gu. It was also the first major thing he did after taking over Medical City. Apart from setting up professional obstetrics and gynecology clinics, Gu Beiwei had fourth young Miss Wren take charge. On one hand, they used the Medical Academy's obstetrics and gynecology classes as a base to expand the number of obstetricians. On the other hand, they organized the experienced old doctors to study the safety of medication for pregnant women. The old doctors went to study the safety of medication, so fourth young Miss Wren was naturally in charge of everything in the obstetrics department. Coupled with the fact that she had the support of the Wren family behind her, she had become the true leader of the obstetrics department in the past 2 years. All the obstetrics clinics were under her control. It was a piece of cake for her to pass on Dean Beiwei's secret orders. The reason why Dean Beiwei wanted her to instruct the various obstetricians to pay attention to patients and prescriptions was precisely because Han Yunxi was pregnant. Of course, she didn't tell anyone about this secret. After all, even Long Feiyi didn't know about this secret. Who knew if Long Feiyi would lose his mind if he found out? Dean Beiwei had said that this wasn't an absolute clue. It was just a precaution. By now, the princess would definitely know she was pregnant. With the princess's body, it was unavoidable for her to take medication in the second trimester. Bai Yanqing was only a poisons master, not a poisons doctor. He didn't have anyone who knew obstetrics by his side either. If the princess needed medication, it was very likely that she would tamper with the prescriptions. Fourth young Miss Wren had been waiting the entire time, waiting for the clinic below to report the suspicious prescriptions, but she never thought she would be kidnapped and see the princess with her own eyes. How could she not be surprised? How could she not be shocked? Right now, her mind was completely blank. The guards were confused, but they immediately chased after the prescriptions that had been sent out. Bai Yanqing walked towards fourth young Miss Wren step by step, studying her coldly. "Where did you kidnap her from?" Bai Yanqing asked. "She was in the obstetrics department of the Medical Academy. It's already so late, but she was the only one I saw," the guard replied honestly. Bai Yanqing sneered. Fourth young Miss Wren. The more he looked at this female doctor, the more familiar he found her. He recalled her after some thought. This female doctor was the one that Gu Beiwei had called out during the medical skills competition. She was the daughter of the Wren family, one of Gu Beiyue's subordinates, and a famous doctor. Now that she was missing, Medical City would probably be in an uproar. However, it didn't matter. He was absolutely certain that no one would be able to find this place. However, once fourth young Miss Ren's handwriting was leaked, there was a chance that someone would recognize it. Similarly, Su Xiaoyu's handwriting would also be recognized. Long Fei Yi and the rest had set up an inescapable trap. During these 3 months, he wouldn't have left the underground palace unless he had no other choice. In his panic earlier, he only checked the prescriptions, but didn't notice the problem with the handwriting. Only after recognizing fourth young Miss Ren did he remember this detail. Fourth young Miss Ren turned around and looked at Bai Yanqing. You, what exactly do you want? The princess of Western Qin had a miscarriage after taking poison. The poison has been neutralized. Dr. Ren, please take a good look at her condition. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Bai Yanqing said politely. Bai Yanqing, what do you mean by getting the prescriptions back? If the medicine doesn't arrive soon, we won't be able to keep the baby. Su Xiaoyu said anxiously. Someone gagged their mouse for old man. Bai Yanqing said coldly. Undoubtedly, he wanted to hear fourth young Miss Ren's diagnosis and see if it was the same as Su Xiaoyu's. Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing's mouths were gagged. Fourth young Miss Ren had a complicated look in her eyes. She looked at Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing and asked in astonishment, miscarriage? The princess is pregnant? Fourth young Miss Ren was chosen by Gu Beiyue and entrusted with the important task of imparting medical skills to her. On one hand, she was talented. On the other hand, she was smart and meticulous. Although she was so scared that her legs turned to jelly, she still held on. Based on the current situation, Bai Yanqing would definitely not let her go. If they wanted to get help, they would have to rely on the prescriptions. Based on Bai Yanqing's attitude, if they wanted to give him the prescriptions, they would have to first dispel his doubts and second, they would have to explain the princess's condition to him. Bai Yanqing had already speculated that Long Fei Yi didn't know about Han Yunxi's pregnancy. After hearing fourth young Miss Ren's words, he believed it even more. He didn't say anything. Fourth young Miss Ren hurried forward to take Han Yunxi's pulse. With Bai Yanqing standing at the side, Han Yunxi couldn't give fourth young Miss Ren any meaningful glances. She looked at the ceiling in despair, but her heart was in turmoil. Fourth young Miss Ren was one of the people Gu Beiyue liked. She really hoped that Gu Beiyue didn't misjudge her. Fourth young Miss Ren had to be smart and quick-witted. Fourth young Miss Ren's medical skills were much better than Su Xiaoyu's. Soon, she figured out Han Yunxi's condition. Although it was a miscarriage, it wasn't serious. If she guessed correctly, Han Yunxi's bleeding wasn't caused by a miscarriage, but an illusion. In other words, Han Yunxi had lied to Bai Yanqing. Why would Han Yunxi risk her unborn child to deceive Bai Yanqing? Fourth young Miss Ren more or less understood what was going on when she recalled that Bai Yanqing had just taken back Su Xiaoyu's prescription. She let go of Han Yunxi's hand and said anxiously, "You have to take the medicine quickly. The sooner the better. Your Highness, you have to hold on no matter what. The child is innocent. You have to hold on." Her reaction was similar to Su Xiaoyu's. Bai Yanqing's doubts were dispelled. Fourth young Miss Ren suddenly knelt down. "Old senior, please save the child. The child is innocent. The grudge between you and the princess is an adult's matter. The child hasn't even spoken yet. He's too innocent. Someone, bring her a brush and ink." Bai Yanqing personally helped fourth young Miss Ren up and said hypocritically, "Don't worry. As long as you save the child, old man will definitely let you go." Fourth young Miss Ren's hands, which were hidden in her wide sleeves, were trembling. However, she persevered and nodded repeatedly. "Hurry up and bring me the medicine. I'll be able to save the child." The attendant brought over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and fourth young Miss Ren started writing anxiously. Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing watched in a daze. They didn't expect this crying nurse to cooperate with them so seamlessly. Han Yunxi was still staring at the ceiling as if it had nothing to do with her, even if the sky collapsed. However, she was already relieved. She didn't know whether she should thank Gu Beiwei or fourth young Miss Ren. Was she considered one of the guardians of the Shadow Clan? After fourth young Miss Ren finished writing the prescription, Bai Yanqing looked through it and found that there were only 2 or 3 ingredients missing from Su Xiaoyu's prescription. Someone, make a copy and bring it over immediately, Bai Yanqing ordered. This time, Han Yunxi almost laughed out loud. She originally thought that this prescription would be difficult to send out, or that Bai Yanqing would personally look for the medicine instead of going to the pharmacy to get it. However, after hearing what he said, Han Yunxi realized that she had misunderstood. Bai Yanqing was only worried about the handwriting. This old fellow was really meticulous. No matter what, as long as the prescription could be sent to the pharmacy to get it, there was hope that they could spread the news. With fourth young Miss Ren around, there would be one more person to think of a solution. After fourth young Miss Ren's prescription was copied, it was immediately sent to get the medicine. You must be quick. Be quick. Fourth young Miss Ren emphasized as she said to Bai Yanqing, Senior, I have to give the princess first aid treatment. If the medicine doesn't arrive in time, she can still be saved for a while. Seeing fourth young Miss Ren's serious expression, not to mention Bai Yanqing, even Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu almost believed her. Bai Yanqing agreed. Fourth young Miss Ren said, Get a maidservant here. I need someone to help me. Bai Yanqing didn't have a maidservant by his side. He hesitated for a moment and said coldly, Ning Jing, stay here. Take Su Xiaoyu away. Although Su Xiaoyu was younger than Ning Jing by 10 years, Bai Yanqing was even more worried about Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's temper was very similar to Bai Yuqiao's, but she was smarter than Bai Yuqiao. Naturally, Bai Yanqing had to stay out of the way. Bai Yanqing and Su Xiaoyu went out together. Su Xiaoyu gloomily stared at Bai Yanqing the whole way. She had already sworn countless times in her heart that if Bai Yanqing fell into her hands, she would definitely serve him well. Chapter 11-13. As soon as the stone door closed, Han Yunxi immediately turned back, but fourth young Miss Ren fell to the ground, her legs weak. It was too frightening. She'd gone through countless life-or-death situations, but none of them had been as dangerous as this. Han Yunxi smiled. She recalled how she'd reacted the same way the first time she'd rescued a poisoned patient during her internship at the medical academy. A doctor's calmness had been cultivated through countless life-or-death situations. Women who studied medicine, especially those who were experienced and accomplished in their studies, couldn't be lacking. Ning Jing hurried over to support fourth young Miss Ren and whispered, Good job, don't be afraid. Fourth young Miss Ren relaxed a little with someone holding her hand. She hurried over to Han Yunxi. Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince and Academy Head Beiwei are looking for you everywhere. Fourth young Miss Ren almost revealed that Academy Head Beiwei knew about the princess's pregnancy, but she stopped herself in time. Fourth young Miss Ren didn't know why Academy Head Beiwei was hiding this. She only knew that if His Highness the Crown Prince found out, Academy Head Beiwei would be in big trouble. Is Long Fei Yi doing well? Han Yunxi asked hastily. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince has been in the army recently, killing enemies on his own. East Qin's army only needed 3 months to subdue the rebels in the central and southern regions, and beat back Western Zhou's army. Now, aside from Northern Li, the rest of the world is at peace, fourth young Miss Ren replied seriously. Han Yunxi was asking about Long Fei Yi, but fourth young Miss Ren was asking about the rest of the world. But wasn't Long Fei Yi the rest of the world? If Long Fei Yi wasn't doing well, how could the rest of the world be doing well? Han Yunxi's lips curled into a helpless smile. She thought she must have lost her mind from being locked up. How could fourth young Miss Ren know about Long Fei Yi's exact situation? It was pointless for her to ask. 3 months ago, many Shadow Guard and Poison Guards came to Medical City, as well as a group of celestial mountain experts. They're still hiding in the poison sect, probably looking for you, fourth young Miss Rin continued. Fourth young Miss Rin, it was all thanks to you just now. Han Yunshi changed the topic. After all, what she heard from others was not as good as what she saw with her own eyes. She really wanted to see Long Fei Yi. She really wanted to know what he was doing now. She really wanted to hold his hand, interlock their fingers, lean on his shoulder, and talk to him. Some people were destined not to be missed. Once they were missed, they would feel like crying. They had to be by their side forever to feel at ease. Han Yunshi didn't want to cry when she was pregnant, and she didn't like to cry. Princess, I've already sent the news out. Don't worry, Dean Beiwei will receive the news very soon. They'll come to Medical City soon. Fourth young Miss Ren lowered her voice. Han Yunshi and Ning Jing were both very surprised. Han Yunshi knew that as soon as the prescription was sent to the pharmacy, it would be transferred to the obstetrics clinic for examination. All the obstetrics doctors in Cloud Realm Continent were arranged by fourth young Miss Ren, but there were only 2 obstetrics clinics in Medical City. One was in the Medical Academy, and the other was a maternity clinic attached to the Medical Academy. Not just anyone could enter the Medical Academy, so the prescription would definitely be sent to the maternity clinic. The people there were all fourth young Miss Ren's subordinates. But Han Yunshi couldn't figure out what fourth young Miss Ren had written to avoid Bai Yanqing's eyes and send the news out. What did you write in the prescription? Han Yunshi asked in astonishment. Fourth young Miss Ren had Ning Jing lean over and tell them in a low voice. Han Yunshi and Ning Jing were full of admiration and hope at the same time. As long as the prescription was sent to the pharmacy, Gu Beiwei would at least be able to confirm that they were in Medical City. As long as the area was confirmed, it would be much easier to find them. Moreover, as long as they recognized the first prescription, they would pay extra attention to the rest. Who knew if they'd have a chance to talk alone after this? But Han Yunshi quickly told fourth young Miss Ren the exact address. Bai Yanqing wouldn't let Su Xiaoyu write any more prescriptions, so the heavy responsibility fell on fourth young Miss Ren's shoulders. After making the best use of the time to explain everything, Han Yunshi asked fourth young Miss Ren to do a detailed checkup on her to ensure that the baby in her belly was fine. Fourth young Miss Ren immediately became nervous again, her hands trembling. It's fine. Don't worry, Bai Yanqing won't come in. Han Yunshi comforted her in a low voice. Your Highness, this... Fourth young Miss Ren smiled helplessly and bitterly. This is the Crown Prince's child, the common bloodline of both the Eastern and Western Qin imperial families. I'm not afraid, I'm just nervous. Hearing this, Han Yunshi and Ning Jing fell silent. This child's identity was too noble, so fourth Miss Ren was nervous. However, for them, the words, the common bloodline of the 2 royal families of East and West Qin, were full of too much bitterness, difficulty, and helplessness that could not be explained. Han Yunshi gently stroked her slightly bulging belly and couldn't help but ask, I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Your Highness, let's have Academy head Beiwei take your pulse later. He might know, fourth young Miss Ren said quickly. How would he know? Han Yunshi said helplessly. There's a saying in obstetrics that the pulse can tell the gender. But I've never seen it before. Academy head Beiwei's medical skills are so amazing, he might be able to diagnose it. Fourth young Miss Ren smiled. Then we'll have to find him secretly. We can't let anyone know. Han Yunshi also smiled. For the past 3 months, they had been locked up in a small dark room with no one to talk to. They didn't even dare to look at the baby. This joy could only be shared today, and it could only be discussed today. No matter how strong a person was, they would be terrified after being pregnant. What could be more nerve-wracking than giving birth to a new life? Although they could only talk for a while, Han Yunshi was in a much better mood. She said, whether it's a boy or a girl, Long Fei Yi will like it. Ning Jing's mind wandered. She thought, Tang Li must also love little Tang Tang very much. That's their only child in this lifetime. After a serious examination, fourth young Miss Ren gave Han Yunshi a reassuring diagnosis. She said, "Your Highness, she'll be fine as long as she stays in bed before the medicine arrives." Okay. Han Yunshi nodded seriously. Fourth young Miss Ren and Ning Jing didn't dare to delay for too long. Fourth young Miss Ren took out the needle box from Han Yunshi's medical bag and pretended to put away the needles. Ning Jing went to knock on the door. Bai Yanqing came in personally and looked around. When he saw that Han Yunshi was still staring at the ceiling expressionlessly, he said harshly, "Girl, your child's life is worth several people's lives. Don't let the child bear a life debt before it's even born. It won't be able to reincarnate." Han Yunshi turned around and glared at him. Bai Yanqing was very satisfied and left with a big laugh. Bai Yanqing left fourth young Miss Ren behind and separated Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu into 2 separate rooms. Bai Yanqing was waiting for these few months to pass. Han Yunshi and the others were also waiting for the attendants to deliver the medicine. Fourth young Miss Ren's prescription was only in Medical City, so it wasn't easy to find it in the wild. The poison sect had taken over most of Medical City's grasslands and forests, so the medicinal herbs were all poisonous. Thus, the attendants had to go to the medicine hall if they wanted to get the medicine as quickly as possible. Once the medicine arrived, it meant that the prescription had been checked by a gynecologist. The wait was forever long. Han Yunshi hesitated, then had fourth young Miss Ren rush the attendant. If the attendant took the prescription to the medicine hall and learned that it had to be checked by a gynecologist, would he come back to ask for Bai Yanqing's opinion? If that was the case, they would be in even more danger. "Tell him that my condition has changed and I need to take the medicine as soon as possible," Han Yunshi said softly. Fourth young Miss Ren took a deep breath and quickly knocked on the door. The one who opened the door wasn't Bai Yanqing, but a guard. Fourth young Miss Ren looked anxious. "I want to see Senior Bai." Hao San happened to pass by at this moment. He'd already brought back Su Xiaoyu's prescription and was heading over from Bai Yanqing's place. "What do you want?" Hao San asked irritably. "Why haven't the medicine I prescribed arrived yet? Please tell Senior Bai that the princess's condition has worsened and she needs to take the medicine as soon as possible. Can you hurry the person in charge?" Fourth young Miss Ren asked seriously. "What's the rush? Just wait." Hao San said unhappily. "Princess, there's no rush, but we don't want to die. If we can't keep the child." Fourth young Miss Ren started to sob. "Lock her up," Hao San impatiently ordered. Despite his impatience, Hao San didn't ask for Bai Yanqing's permission after the door was closed. He hurriedly ordered the guards to hurry the person in charge. "No matter what, bring the medicine back as soon as possible. If we anger Master, we'll all suffer." Hao San thought that since Master had personally inspected the prescription and ordered someone to make a copy, there shouldn't be any more problems. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because he sent someone to hurry the person in charge that the attendant, who was originally hesitating whether or not to take the prescription to the obstetrics clinic, no longer hesitated and directly sent the prescription to the obstetrics clinic. Before long, fourth young Miss Ren was called out of the secret room and brought to another stone room. When she saw the table full of medicinal ingredients, she almost cried out. Of course, she held it in very well. She knew that the prescription must be on its way to Dean Beiyue. At this moment, Gu Beiyue was no longer in the Tian, an imperial capital. He was at the entrance of the medicine requesting cave. Gu, who he hadn't seen for a long time, was standing next to him. Tang Li was also there. Gu had received a secret letter from Old Man of Alchemy, saying that Mo Xie's treasured sword had basically been forged. It was just waiting for the swordsman to personally sharpen it. Sharpening was to grind away the impurities on the blade and reveal its sharpness. If the swordsman personally sharpened the blade, the person and the sword would have a better rapport. Moreover, a treasured sword forged from the earthly fire Koan furnace was no ordinary sword. With the old man of alchemy and Yi Zhao's strength, it was impossible for them to sharpen it. As soon as Gu received the news, he told Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue told Tang Li. Gu Beiyue was a benevolent person. He knew that Tang Li had already been searching for His Highness for 3 whole months. Using this opportunity, Tang Li should be able to see His Highness. Long Fei Yi won't not come, right? Gu questioned angrily. During this time, he had been running all over the world like a madman. His temper was especially irritable. He didn't even know how long it had been since he last smiled. He will. My brother will definitely come. Tang Li was very sure. He believed that his brother wasn't someone who would back down, let alone someone who was weak. In these 3 months, although he hadn't said a word, he had never stopped sending secret letters to the Shadow Guard. He had always been arranging for the Shadow Guard to find his sister-in-law's whereabouts. He had also been going to the battlefield alone. He was strong. How could he back down? Sure enough, the sound of hooves could be heard. Long Fei Yi galloped over on his horse. He was dressed in black, and his face was thin and cold. His entire person was silent and cold. Chapter 11:14. He finally saw Long Fei Yi. Before Long Fei Yi even reached the medicine-requesting cave, Tang Li had already dashed over. He stood in the medicinal field, waving and shouting, "Brother! Over here! Over here!" Tang Li was extremely excited. Helpless, Long Fei Yi directly rode past him on his horse, leaving him covered in dust. Gu Beiyue stood beside the medicine-requesting cave. Gu purposely blocked the entrance of the cave with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Long Fei Yi dismounted from his horse. He didn't say anything and directly reached out to push him. Gu pressed down on his hand. Long Fei Yi waved his hand and directly pushed Gu to the side. He strode into the cave. Gu and Gu Beiyue looked at each other. They didn't say anything and hurriedly followed in. Tang Li was the last to enter the palace. He chased after them without letting go. The mechanism of the medicine-requesting cave had long been shut down by the old man of alchemy. They quickly arrived at the elixir-refining cave. Long Fei Yi stood there expressionlessly. The others were shocked by the scene in the cave. There were only 3 people in the elixir-refining cave. The old man of alchemy, Yi Xiao, and the lady boss. The lady boss sat quietly at the side. She hung her bones as if she was immersed in her own world. Everything around her had nothing to do with her. The old man of alchemy and Yi Xiao stood at the top of the celestial fire furnace. Both of them were shirtless and sweating profusely. Their faces were bright red from the reflection of the fire in the furnace. The old man of alchemy had really put in a lot of effort. He had actually emptied all the medicinal pills in the celestial fire furnace. He had opened up all the compartments in the furnace and used qi to turn into fire to forge a treasured sword. Through the small window of the celestial fire furnace, one could vaguely see a treasured sword hanging in the blazing fire in the furnace. It seemed to be waiting for its master's call. Looking at the blazing celestial fire furnace, everyone couldn't help but feel reverence. This was a divine weapon after all. Only a divine weapon could reforge a peerless treasured sword in such a short time. It could bear the ancient power of Mo Xie's sword spirit. No wonder the old man of alchemy and Yi Xiao had to wait for Long Fei Yi and the others to forge the sword. From the looks of it, the two didn't even have the power to summon the treasured sword. When they saw that Long Fei Yi and the others had arrived, they were both Yi and the celestial fire. Although it was regretful that they didn't see Han Yunxi with them, at least the 2 of them had exhausted all their strength to finish forging the sword before the dual cultivation deadline. Once the treasured sword was forged, the dual cultivation would have a higher chance of success, wouldn't it? Once the treasured sword was forged, Long Fei Yi could wholeheartedly search for Han Yunxi, wouldn't it? The old man of alchemy looked at Gu for a moment, as if he wanted to say something to him. However, he didn't say anything in the end. When Gu wrote a letter asking him to use the celestial fire furnace to forge the sword, he immediately agreed. This child still hadn't admitted that he was the little madman from back then, so he didn't insist. As long as he knew that the little madman from back then was him, as long as he could see him occasionally, as long as he knew that he was doing well, it was enough. Young people, come together. Let's work together to summon the treasured sword. The old man of alchemy said loudly. Gu was the first to step forward, but Long Fei-yi raised his hand to stop him. Gu frowned and looked at Long Fei-yi. Long Fei-yi ignored him and looked at the celestial fire furnace coldly. Then, he suddenly flew up into the air. Gu wanted to go, but Gu Beiwe stopped him. Let His Highness go by himself. That's the sword he wants to give to the princess. The old man of alchemy and Yi Xiao saw Long Fei-yi stop Gu. Seeing that he didn't say a word and came over aggressively, the two of them tactfully moved aside. This fellow wanted to summon the treasured sword with his own strength? He was really arrogant. However, with his powerful dual internal energy, he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. He could even take the Ganjiang treasured sword, so how could he summon this newly forged treasured sword? Although this newly forged treasured sword was stronger than countless treasured swords in the world, it was still not stronger than the king of 10,000 swords, Ganjiang. After the old man of alchemy and Yi Xiao retreated, Long Fei-yi stood alone on the towering celestial fire furnace. His expression was cold and his eyes were cold. His eyes were lowered. He was clearly looking at the sword in the furnace, but he gave people the feeling that he was above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world with cold eyes. That thin voice sounded especially cold and lonely under the illumination of the fire. Han Yunshi wasn't here. What else could his eyes hold? He stood at the edge of the huge furnace with his eyes lowered. His face was expressionless. He had one hand behind his back and the other raised, palm facing down. What others thought was difficult was as easy as flipping his hand for him. He grabbed at the air with one hand and a series of clang 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 sounds came from the celestial fire furnace. The treasured sword was trembling and rising up in the raging fire. Seeing this scene, even Gu Beiwe was convinced, let alone Gu. However, Tang Li didn't see Long Fei-yi's strength. He saw Long Fei-yi's silence and loneliness. In these 3 months, he had been looking for Long Fei-yi. Today, he finally saw him, but he would rather never see him today. Too similar? No, it couldn't be said that they were similar because it was even more than that. The current Long Fei-yi was so similar to the Long Fei-yi who had been silent for a year. Apart from the similarities, there was a man's loneliness and an indescribable sorrow. As powerful as he was, he couldn't protect the person he loved the most. Wasn't this a kind of sorrow for him? Just as Tang Li was distracted, there was a sudden loud clang. The celestial fire furnace shook violently. The huge furnace seemed to be swaying and could topple over at any time. The raging fire in the furnace seemed to overflow at any time and burn everything here. No matter how the celestial fire furnace shook, Long Fei-yi was like Mount Tai, standing tall and unmoving. His large hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and in an instant, the treasured sword was like a solemn and desolate sword chi, shooting straight up from the huge cauldron and flying straight out. The sword was out of the furnace. The sword hadn't been enlightened yet, but it seemed to have spirituality. Its momentum was like a rainbow, very domineering and powerful. It rushed straight to the top, as if it wanted to escape from this place, and not let anyone subdue it. How could Long Fei-yi allow this to happen? This was the sword he wanted to give to Han Yunshi. He flew up and spread out his hand. Gu only felt the sword on his back tremble. Before he could recover, the Ganjiang sword on his back flew out of the Guqin case and fell into Long Fei-yi's hand. Long Fei-yi held the sword and didn't use any power. He only used the purest of strength to fiercely hack at the newly forged sword. The two swords collided and a loud clang sound shook everyone's ears. Even their hearts felt like they were about to be torn apart. One had to know that although Long Fei-yi didn't use any power, Just the Ganjiang sword's power was incredible. There was no weapon in the world that could withstand the Ganjiang sword's attack. However, the newly forged treasured sword withstood the attack and did not suffer any damage. At this time, everyone knew that Long Feiyi was testing the sword. Only this kind of sword could withstand Mo Xie's sword spirit. Only this kind of sword was worthy of the Ganjiang sword. Only this kind of sword was worthy of Han Yunxi. The newly forged sword seemed to be intimidated by the Ganjiang sword and didn't dare to escape. It floated in the air under the Ganjiang sword, as if it had submitted. Long Fei gripped the sword hilt before descending to the ground. He seriously looked at the sword and saw that the sword's body was like frost and snow, sparkling with a cold light. The sword hilt was covered in a faint flame, as if it was the afterglow of the earth fire. From Long Fei's expression, one couldn't tell if he was satisfied or not. However, since he was holding it in his hands, he must have approved of it. Everyone flew to his side. Old Man of Alchemy quickly said, "Your Highness, you can start sharpening it. The diamond has already been prepared. It's on the side." Yi Shao seriously said, "Diamond was the hardest thing in the world and it was the best tool for sharpening. There were only a few people who had diamond and Yi Shao was one of them." Long Feiyi didn't make a sound. He held the sword with one hand and silently watched. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. When Han Yunxi was here, this guy was very taciturn. He barely spoke a few words all day. Now that Han Yunxi wasn't here, who could make him open his mouth? Just as everyone was helpless and unsure of what to do, Long Feiyi actually spoke up. He calmly said, "Let her do it herself." Then he turned to leave, leaving everyone looking at each other in dismay. This guy didn't seem to have answered Old Man of Alchemy or Yi Zhao's questions. He was just talking to himself. Where was he going? After the central and southern regions were pacified, he left the army and only occasionally learned of his whereabouts from the Shadow Guard. Just like Gu, he seemed to be running all over the world in search of his whereabouts. He didn't have the slightest clue and had searched almost every place he could find. He even searched the Poison Sect's forbidden grounds, which was the most suspicious place. He even went to the collapsed underground palace, and was almost trapped inside. But there was still no sign of that woman. There was a trace of fear hidden in his heart that Gu Beiyue and the others would never know. Ever since he found out that Han Yunxi came from the future, he would feel uneasy if he didn't see her for even a day. Not everyone in this world could bear to miss someone. Some people were destined to be together in order to feel at ease. Big brother! Tang Li was the first to recover his wits and chased after him. But Gu Beiyue quickly overtook him and caught up to Long Feiyi. Now that he'd seen Long Feiyi, he wouldn't let Long Feiyi out of his sight. Was protecting the princess a kind of protection as well? Even if he couldn't protect the princess for now, he could at least protect her happiness. Long Feiyi mounted his horse and Tang Li chased after him. Big brother, don't be like this. My sister-in-law will be upset if she finds out. Big brother, Tang Li was just about to confess that he'd told Han Yunxi about their childhood when Su Donglin suddenly arrived. He hadn't been able to find his master during this time, so he could only follow Gu Beiyue. He didn't even have time to greet his master, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He hurriedly handed a letter to Gu Beiyue. Medical City just sent it over. They say it's an urgent secret letter. They want you to read it personally and reply as soon as possible. What could Medical City be so urgent? Could it be that they had news of Han Yunxi? Long Feiyi, who was just about to leave, immediately looked over and said coldly, "What is it?" As expected, only things related to Han Yunxi could make him open his mouth. Chapter 11:15. Since Long Feiyi had already spoken, how could Gu Beiyue not hurry to read the letter? In fact, he could roughly guess what was going on with this urgent letter from Medicine City. At this moment, he was both nervous and terrified. He was nervous because there must be some clues about the matter he had entrusted to fourth young Miss Wren. He was also terrified because if there really was a clue, he could no longer hide the fact that Princess Long Fei was pregnant. Even though he was prepared to be resented, he was still terrified. After all, he was at fault for this matter. Gu Beiyue anxiously opened the letter and found that there were 2 letters inside. One reported the disappearance of fourth young Miss Wren, and the other was a prescription. Today was the morning of the 5th day of the new year, and fourth young Miss Wren had gone missing on the night of the 3rd. This secret letter had been sent from Medical City to Medicine Hut in less than 2 days, which was quite fast. Less than 4 hours after fourth young Miss Wren's disappearance, someone had brought this prescription to the obstetrics hall for a doctor to examine. When Long Fei dismounted, Gu Beiyue took the initiative to hand over the letter and prescription to him. Gu and the others also hurried over. However, apart from Gu Beiyue, no one else could see how this had anything to do with Han Yunxi's whereabouts. Fourth young Miss Wren is a doctor of obstetrics, right? Gu asked curiously. Gu Beiyue glanced at Long Fei helplessly, but he didn't delay or hesitate. He said, "Everyone, take a look at the prescription first." It was sent to the obstetrics hall for a checkup after fourth young Miss Wren went missing. And then? Gu still didn't understand. Long Fei's brows furrowed as he waited, but he was about to lose his patience. At this time, Tang Li interrupted, "There's a problem with this prescription. Purple forest grass, chestnut green, and 10-direction wonderbud are all forbidden medicines. Who wrote this prescription?" Other than Gu Beiyue, all the men present did not know about the medical school's reform of the obstetrics department, but Tang Li was very clear about it. Back then, he had made ample preparations for Ning Jing's baby. Not only had he hired the most experienced midwife, but he had also hired several obstetricians to wait at the Tang sect. Among the things he had to take note of in his booklet there were things like forbidden drugs for pregnant women. He had memorized all the forbidden drugs that Gu Beiyue had told him. Long Fei ignored Tang Li and looked at Gu Beiyue coldly. Obviously, Tang Li only knew the tip of the iceberg, but not the whole story. "Yes, get rid of the 3 forbidden drugs. This is a prescription for pregnant women to prevent miscarriage. Judging from the combination of the herbs and the use of the dosage, it is very professional. The person who can write such a prescription must be a doctor above the 6th rank," Gu Beiyue explained. "If it's a doctor above the 6th rank, why would he write a prescription for forbidden drugs?" The old man of alchemy could not help but ask. Other than a few old people in the obstetrics department, only fourth young Mistress Wren is a doctor above the 6th rank, Gu Beiyue said. "Fourth young Mistress Wren wrote it on purpose," Tang Li exclaimed. "Yes, fourth young Mistress Wren fell into the hands of the robbers. I'm afraid that the robbers forced her to write a prescription for miscarriage, so she used the prescription to send out the news." Gu Beiyue was very sure. Long Fei heard this, but he still did not hear any clues related to Han Yunxi. He said coldly, "What an urgent letter!" An urgent letter was a letter used by the Shadow Guard to deliver the most urgent information. Unless it was an important or urgent matter, the Shadow Guard would not use it. The matter of fourth young Mistress Wren alone was not enough to activate such a letter. Gu Beiyue hurriedly retreated and bowed with both hands clasped in front of his chest. "Your Highness, I have something to hide from you. I dare not hope that your Highness will punish me, but please calm down. You can punish me after you find the princess." As soon as he said this, everyone quieted down and did not dare to say anything. Gu Beiyue's mistake must be a serious matter. Gu Beiyue did not stop and continued, "Your Highness, the princess is pregnant. She's been pregnant for about 5 months now." As soon as he said this, everyone gasped. Long Fei could not stand steadily and staggered a few steps. He looked at Gu Beiyue in disbelief, and could not believe what he had heard. This was probably the most unexpected news in his life. It came too suddenly. He had always known that Han Yunshi was preparing to get pregnant, but this news was still absolutely unexpected to him. The child was about 5 months old, and Han Yunshi had been missing for more than 3 months. In other words, Han Yunshi was pregnant before she was kidnapped? Shouldn't Han Yunshi be the one to tell him such a thing? Han Yunshi was a doctor. She should know her own body very well. She should be the first to know. Why didn't she tell him? This was an accident and also a blow, followed by a pleasant surprise. Long Feiyi was in a daze. He did not know the reason and felt as if the world had darkened. He did not have the time to think about why Han Yunshi did not tell him, nor did he have the time to blame her for taking such a risk to travel with him even though she was pregnant. There was only that miscarriage prevention medicine in his mind. Did something happen to Han Yunshi? Who here had ever seen Long Fei like this? He was an indomitable spirit who stood tall and straight like a pine tree. When had anyone ever seen him stumble on his feet? This was the scene that Gu Beiwei did not want to see the most. However, things had developed to this point. He had to face it and tell Long Feiyi everything. When he was in Tianshan Mountain, he had checked the princess's body temperature and pulse and found signs of pregnancy in her body. However, he could not be sure. Signs of pregnancy did not mean that the pregnancy was successful. It could be that the pregnancy was not successful, or it could be that the pregnancy was successful, but it could be unknowingly miscarried in a few days. The early stages of pregnancy were full of all kinds of uncertain factors. Some people even miscarried after the pregnancy was successful without feeling anything at all. Some people even mistook the blood as a good friend messed up. Gu Beiwei had just felt the pulse by accident. It was too early to say anything, so he did not say anything. He just prescribed some medicine for Han Yunshi to nourish the body and not affect the pregnancy. When Gu Beiwei felt the pulse for the second time, he was very clear that the princess was pregnant. However, he still did not say anything, because it was the early stages of pregnancy at that time. Even the best gynecologist could not feel the pulse, let alone the princess herself. Gu Beiwei knew that in another half a month, the princess would be able to sense the change in his body and feel the pulse of pregnancy. He did not want to say anything because it was only half a month away. This kind of thing should have been discovered by the princess herself, and the princess should have shared it with His Highness. After all, he was an outsider. If it were not for his good medical skills, he would not have been the first to know. At that time, he was about to go to Tiger's prison to save someone. He hesitated. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to hide it. He gave the princess a good miscarriage prevention medicine and protected her carefully along the way. At that time, Jun Yixie asked the princess to go to Tiger's prison. He had made all the preparations and would not let the princess be in danger no matter what. After Tiger's prison was out of danger, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. He was looking forward to the princess finding the good news and sharing it with everyone. But who knew that just a few days after Tiger's prison was out of danger, the disciples of the Li clan's Mu family rose up everywhere. They had just reached the central region when they were threatened by Mu Yuanbua's massacre. They were almost constantly on the move and busy. In fact, he did not know whether the princess had been so busy during this period of time that she had neglected her body, or whether she had found out that she was pregnant but was afraid of being put under house arrest by His Highness, so she did not say anything. He could only prescribe her a miscarriage prevention medicine on the grounds of nursing her body. In fact, at that time, he would rather the princess not know. Because facing Bai Yanqing and facing the pressure of dual cultivation, in these few months, they had to fight with Bai Yanqing no matter what. In other words, if the princess knew that she was pregnant, she would still choose to go to Tian, an imperial city, to take the risk. Instead of letting the princess make a painful and risky choice, it was better to let her not know anything. He would make this cruel choice. Unfortunately, they failed in Tian, an imperial city, and fell into Bai Yanqing's array. From that moment on, he knew that no matter what, he had to hide this matter as much as possible. Because if His Highness knew that the princess was pregnant, he probably would not be able to hold on to his last calmness. While enduring and hiding it, he sent the news to 4th Miss Ren. Gu Beiyue did not explain so much to Long Feiyi. He only said two things. First, the princess did not know that she was pregnant early. Second, he was worried that the princess' pregnancy would affect his plan to deal with Bai Yanqing, so he secretly concealed this matter. Gu Beiyue treated this bad guy to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Feiyi fiercely punched him in the face. The wind from the punch was so strong that the surrounding people instinctively scattered. Gu Beiyue did not move. When he gave the secret order to 4th Miss Ren, he was already prepared to take the punch. If this punch landed, his face would probably collapse. Gu Beiyue accepted it and closed his eyes. However, Long Feiyi's fist stopped in front of Gu Beiyue's face. Just a little bit, and the bridge of his nose would have collapsed. Long Fei's fury condensed in his fist. His punches were fierce and fast, so if he didn't use them now, he'd have nowhere to vent them. Otherwise, he'd suffer a backlash. Gu Beiyue quickly opened his eyes. However, at this moment, the force from Long Feiyi's fist rebounded along his arm and hit him heavily. Long Feiyi spat out a mouthful of blood. No one knew if this mouthful of blood was caused by the backlash, or was it caused by anger and anxiety. In short, he did not hurt Gu Beiyue. Instead, he hurt himself. "Brother!" Tang Li shouted. He could understand his brother's feelings at this moment because he had experienced it himself. Therefore, after his sister-in-law fell into Bai Yanqing's hands, he had not mentioned Ning Jing or urged them to save her. He knew that there was no need. Gu stood to the side with his fists tightly clenched. However, he did not say anything. Only God knew what he was thinking. Old Man of Alchemy and Yi Shao were very worried. However, when they saw Long Feiyi's cold expression, they did not dare to say anything. Gu Beiyue wanted to give His Highness some time to lick the wound in his heart. However, time was of the essence, and he did not want to delay. 4th young Mistress Ren went missing for less than 4 hours, and this prescription was sent to the maternity hall. This means that 4th young Mistress Ren wrote this prescription in Medical City. I can't guarantee that 4th Miss Ren was kidnapped by Bai Yanqing, but this is a clue. If she was really kidnapped by Bai Yanqing, then based on this prescription, the princess should be fine. This was the only comforting words Gu Beiyue could say. Long Feiyi's eyes were a little red. He tied the Ganjiang sword and the new Mo Xie sword together and carried them on his back. Although the two swords were heavy, his back was still straight. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Let's go to Medical City." Chapter 11:16. After bidding farewell to the Old Man of Alchemy and Yi Shao, Long Feiyi and the others sped towards the north. None of them mentioned Han Yunxi's pregnancy. Long Feiyi didn't blame Gu Beiyue for keeping it a secret either. There were only two reasons why they didn't speak of it. One was that it was slowly fermenting in their hearts and would explode one day. The other was that there was no need to talk about it and everyone knew what was going on. They believed that for them, it was the latter. Along the way, other than hurrying on with their journey, no one spoke much. Gu Qishao led the way in front, taking them through a shortcut between Medical City and Medicine City. He'd taken this path countless times since he was young. Gu Qishao would occasionally glance back at Long Fei, partly because he was puzzled over how Long Fei had been able to support such a heavy sword. On the other hand, it was probably because of Mo Xie's sword spirit. The Ganjiang sword was back in Long Fei's hands. Before the new sword was infused with Mo Xie's sword spirit, Gu would have to follow Long Feiyi. At this time, no one would pay attention to this matter. If Poison Girl was here, she would definitely laugh at him. Poison Girl was pregnant. Would she lose her appetite and not eat well? Where was she locked up? She wondered if she was sleeping well. What was with the miscarriage? Would there be any lingering effects? Gu's mind was unconsciously filled with all kinds of questions. He looked at Long Fei and pondered another question. What was Long Fei thinking now? Over the past 3 months, not only had he been running around looking for people, he had also found a few old masters to thoroughly learn the Chiman shield technique. He wanted to see how Bai Yanqing was going to trap them this time. They both had undying bodies, but he was at least younger than Bai Yanqing. He was waiting for the day he could face the man head-on. Although Gu Beiwei couldn't be sure that fourth young Miss Ren had fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands, this was at least a clue. Compared to the 3 months of cluelessness, this was actually a very good piece of news. However, they were in a hurry and didn't have time to be surprised. They just wanted to reach Medical City as soon as possible. They were so anxious that no one sent a letter to Ning Cheng in Northernly to tell him about this. Ning Cheng's letter to the Tian, an imperial capital, had to go through many twists and turns before it reached Gu Beiwei. Currently, Ning Cheng was on the battlefield. Although it was a small battle, he could only put his life on the line to kill his enemies so that he could forget about his worries. Mu Ling was far away at the Tang clan taking care of little Tang Tang. She was worried as well, but she still listened to Lady Tang's advice and didn't go down the mountain to add to their troubles. With her mediocre martial arts skills, even dealing with Bai Yanqing and the poison guards by Bai Yanqing's side would be a big problem. Mu Ling wasn't just worried about her big sister, but Gu as well. She knew that Big Brother Qi must have gone on a rampage all over Cloud Realm continent over the past 3 months. A few days ago, 5th Elder of the D Clan's Myriad Merchant Hall had sent a letter asking for a batch of medicinal ingredients that Ning Cheng's army urgently needed. Mu Ling thought of Jin Zi again. Even now, he hadn't contacted her, much less asked her to go back. A year ago, he'd kept his word. Mu Ling would sometimes ask herself if she was a trustworthy person. Little Tang Tang was no longer a baby in swaddling clothes. She could raise her head and sit up. The little girl's eyes weren't especially big, but they glowed with vigor and spirit. Lady Tang thought she looked like Tang Li, but Mu Ling thought she looked like Ning Jing. Mu Ling and Lady Tang would carry little Tang Tang to sit by the mountain gates every day. Even though they knew Tang Tang's parents wouldn't be back so soon, they insisted on waiting every day. To Lady Tang, this was the only thing she could look forward to. Lady Tang, if Tang Li comes back, will he take a concubine? Mu Ling had wanted to ask this question for a long time. She was asking it on behalf of Ning Jing. Lady Tang hesitated for a long time before replying calmly, "That's not for me to decide." Mu Ling immediately understood. She suddenly didn't want Tang Li and Sister Jing to come back. She hoped that Tang Li would rescue Sister Jing and take Sister Jing far away. She would definitely be responsible for stealing the child down the mountain for them. Tang Li knew that Sister Jing couldn't have another child, so he should know what Sister Jing would face when she returned to the Tang sect. Seeing Mu Ling remain silent, Lady Tang patted her shoulder and said calmly, "Don't think too much. As long as they come back safely, as long as my granddaughter has a father and a mother, it's more important than anything else." "Right." Mu Ling nodded seriously. Little Tang Tang seemed to have felt the faint sadness between them. Her little mouth pouted, and she suddenly began to cry. Lady Tang quickly hugged her and coaxed her, her face full of heartache. Those who didn't know the news anxiously waited, but those with clues were even more anxious. In a few days, Long Fei and the others secretly arrived at Medical City. On the way here, Long Fei had arranged for the Shadow Guard to spread false news that they were in Jiangnan. If Bai Yanqing was really hiding in Medical City, then this fake news would at least numb him for a while. Once they arrived, Long Fei wasn't in a hurry to find them because fourth young Miss Ren had only sent a message that they might be in Medical City. Since fourth young Miss Ren was able to use one prescription, she would definitely be able to send out a second one. Given Long Fei's understanding of Han Yunxi, He was confident that Han Yunxi would be able to use the prescription to send out accurate information in a short amount of time. Thus, their current task was to secretly set up defenses without alerting the snake in the grass. They'd surround Medical City and the poison sect's forbidden grounds to prevent Bai Yanqing from noticing anything amiss and escaping. Long Feiyi transferred all of the Shadow Guard's elite troops here, with Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin as the leaders. Bailey Mingxiang had been with Chu Shifeng at the Tang clan until he left to join the Shadow Guard. It wasn't that she didn't want to return to the army, but that she wanted to do her part in rescuing the princess. When Bai Yanqing found out that the princess was dual cultivating with His Highness, there was no need for her to exist anymore. But the princess hadn't asked her for the raging flame red lotus back, but had left it for her to protect herself. Not to mention other favors, just based on this matter alone, she couldn't leave at this time. After arriving at Medical City, she didn't stay with the Shadow Guard, but stayed with the female mercenaries from the City of Daughters. Long Feiyi secretly set up tight defenses and remade a map of Medical City for everyone to study and discuss. Bai Yanqing's most likely hiding place was the Poison Sect. The most likely place to hide was the Poison Sect, but it was huge and filled with secret areas that even Gu Beiyue and Gu Qishao didn't know about. Here, the altar is the most important area. That's where the mysterious black-robed man appeared last time. Long Feiyi pointed at the map as he spoke. If the mysterious black-robed man was Bai Yanqing, then that meant he was hiding somewhere near the altar that they didn't know about. If the mysterious black-robed man wasn't Bai Yanqing, then he had to be someone from the Poison Sect's orphans. Perhaps finding him would give them a lot of help. Long Feiyi rested his hands on the map on the table and stared at it with a serious expression. His thin, handsome face was still cold and cheerless, but there was a hint of seriousness and caution that hadn't been there for the past 3 months. Gu Beiyue watched from the side, gratified. He knew that His Highness had returned. Thank goodness, fourth Miss Ren was a clue. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how terrible His Highness would feel when he found out about the princess's pregnancy and had no clues to find her. Would he break down? His Highness's current calmness and rationality weren't just being responsible for the princess, but the little master as well. Gu sat there the entire afternoon in a daze, not saying a word. He suddenly stood up and said seriously, "Could he be inside the altar's barrier?" Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue both looked at him in shock. If he was inside the altar's barrier, then they'd never be able to go in and save him. Only the blood of the Poison Sect's direct descendant could open the barrier. Moreover, the enchantment was filled with illusions. If Han Yunxi hadn't been brought in when she was conscious but unconscious, it was very possible that she wouldn't have realized she was in an illusion. In that case, she would have given out false information. In my opinion, that's not very likely. The illusions inside the altar's barrier are born from the heart and change with the heart. Bai Yanqing might not be able to control himself, so he wouldn't take such a risk, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Long Feiyi agreed with Gu Beiyue's opinion. Moreover, they'd sent many people to hide in the vicinity after leaving the altar last time. If Bai Yanqing had appeared, he would have been discovered long ago. Gu didn't say anything, but Long Feiyi muttered to himself, "If that barrier isn't afraid of illusions, then it's an excellent hiding place." After a moment of silence, Gu stood up again. "Long Feiyi, if that black-robed man isn't Bai Yanqing, could he be secretly watching Bai Yanqing as well?" Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue agreed with this theory. Bai Yanqing was the Poison Sect's orphan, so the black-robed man must be as well. The two of them should know each other, right? Just as the three of them were pondering this question, Tang Li rushed in from outside and handed a prescription to Gu Beiyue. Look. This is a prescription from a small town west of Medical City. They said there's a big problem." The prescription wasn't the original, but a doctor had rewritten it from memory. With fourth young Miss Ren's previous instructions and Gu Beiyue's secret orders, the doctor didn't dare to startle the snake in the grass. He could only pretend he hadn't noticed anything and pass the prescription as usual. Either he had the customer go to a pharmacy to get the ingredients, or he could just get them from the clinic. This prescription was very special, so the doctor had no choice but to act first and report later. He had the customer take the ingredients away before reporting it to Gu Beiwei. There was a very strange name on the prescription. It was called Drilling Earth Wind. It was a rare ingredient in Cloud Realm continent, so very few people knew what it was. It wasn't meant to protect the fetus, but pregnant women had to be more careful when using it. Too much of it could loosen up the muscles, bones, and blood. Judging from the prescription, Gu Beiwei was certain that it came from fourth young Miss Ren's hands. Normal doctors wouldn't be able to write such a prescription. But this Drilling Earth Wind really left him perplexed. If he took away the 3 words, Drilling Earth Wind, then the prescription would be used to protect the fetus. What was fourth young Miss Ren trying to say by using Drilling Earth Wind? Drilling Earth Wind? Long Fei muttered to himself. Chapter 11:17. Drilling Wind? The name of this medicine was quite strange. While Long Fei was still mumbling to himself, Gu spoke first. Gu Beiwei, if this prescription doesn't use Drilling Wind, what should we use? Gu was a pharmaceutical genius. Of course, he could name several herbs that matched this prescription. However, this was a gynecological prescription after all, so he still had to ask for Gu Beiwei's opinion. Gu Beiwei was also silent. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the 3 words, Drilling Wind. Seventh young master, do you mean that the answer isn't in the 3 words Drilling Wind, but in the names of the herbs? Tang Li asked hurriedly. Gu's train of thought was not bad. Gu was rarely so serious. He said, based on this prescription, there are a few herbs that can match, such as the common astragalus root, atractylodes, blood-nourishing soil, parasitic soil, pumpkin stem, and rami root. There are also rare herbs such as flower whiskers, black spirit skin, Buddha jade, sky leaf, maharoot, and night dew. Tang Li felt a headache coming on when he heard Gu's words. He looked at Gu Beiwei. There were so many herbs that could be added to the prescription, but Gu Beiwei had to figure out which one to use. After all, fourth young Mistress Ren's medical skills were taught by Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei would be familiar with her prescribing habit. However, even if Gu Beiwei confirmed which herb fourth young Mistress Ren was going to use, they still had to figure it out. What could they figure out from the names of these herbs? Gu Beiwei was looking at the prescription again. After a while, he said, based on this prescription, fourth young Mistress Ren might use these 4 herbs. One of them is night dew, sky leaf, atractylodes, and black spirit skin. Night dew, sky leaf, atractylodes, and black spirit skin? Gu tried to figure it out. Literally speaking, these 2 names didn't seem to convey any information. Tang Li took a pen and paper and wrote down the words, night dew, sky leaf, atractylodes, black spirit skin. No matter how he tried to match them, he could not match the names of the places. Gu Beiwei felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. There were several ways to guess the answer to such a riddle. He was not sure which one it was, so he could only try the one Gu suggested. Everyone stared at the words, night dew, celestial leaf, atractylodes, black spirit skin, for a long time without any clue. Long Fei suddenly said, Tang Li, go and find all the names in Medical City. Don't miss a single one. If it was his Han Yunxi, the information she would send out would definitely be the name of the place. This was the most direct way to ask for help. According to Gu's method of searching for medicine, he would not be able to piece it together. In order to not miss any details, he had to list all the names of the places and compare them with the names one by one. He had to pick out all the suspects and then think about it again. Yes. Tang Li immediately went to carry out the order. He had already turned his grief and anger into strength. Although he was reluctant to part with little Tang Tang, Nothing could stop him from doing his part to save Ning Jing and his sister-in-law. After Tang Li left, Long Fei Yi took Gu's arm and replaced it with a large piece of white paper. He wrote down the 3 words, drilling differing. These 3 words were the most direct message, so they could not be missed. Perhaps the message Han Yunxi and 4th young Mistress Ren wanted to send them was in these 3 words. Long Fei Ye's heart sank. He regained his usual calmness and steadiness. He would not let go of any possibility. After he finished writing those 3 words, he looked at Gu Beiwei and said calmly, "Are you sure these are the only 4 herbs?" Gu Beiwei finally felt that something was wrong. They had to first determine what the princess and the others wanted to send out before deciphering the secret of the name of the medicine. Only then would they have a target. "I'm sure. Based on the combination of the herbs and the dosage of this prescription, we have to use one of these 4 herbs for this prescription to match 4th young Mistress Ren's standard." "Isn't there the best one?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "The 4 herbs are almost the same," Gu Beiwei answered seriously. Looking at the 13 large black words on the paper, the 3 men's expressions were solemn. If it was any other day, Gu would have grumbled that he would stop guessing and go to sleep. He had always hated this kind of wordplay. However, this concerned Poison Girl's safety. Even if he had to empty his brain, he had to continue thinking about it. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that they are trying to make up the words, Long Fei Yi explained calmly. They might only send out 1 word at a time. So, what we need to do is to pick out the suspicious words. Seeing that Gu Beiwei and Gu did not have any objections, Long Fei Yi continued, "The second possibility is that they are hiding the words. Perhaps the words we pick out are not what they want to send out. The words they want to send out could be hidden in these 13 words. It could be a side word or the meaning of the words." It was rare for Gu to be so well behaved. He gave Long Fei Yi a thumbs up and did not say anything else. Gu Beiwei had already started thinking about the 2 possibilities. Drilling differing, night dew, sky leaf, attractalodes, black spirit skin. These 13 words could also be separated into the words Jin, Tu Yi, Run, Yu, Lu, Da, Ko, Ten, Ri, Mu, and Ho. Gu Beiwei separated these words and wrote them all down. Then, he wrote down all the new words that could be made from these words. Together with the 13 words from before, he quickly filled up a piece of white paper. These were just words and did not include the meaning of the word. Gu Beiwei was about to think about how many meanings there could be when Long Fei Yi stopped him. He said, "They shouldn't be hiding it so deeply. They don't have much time. It would take a lot of time to come up with a riddle that was so deeply hidden. Moreover, it would require a pen and ink. It was very difficult to think with just one's brain. They had to write down all the words and study them one by one before they could piece them together. Han Yunxi and the rest were imprisoned and might be under surveillance. It was almost impossible to do that." Gu Beiwei suddenly understood. "That makes sense." Thus, their attention returned to the 13 words drilling differing, night dew, sky leaf, attractalodes, black spirit skin. Long Fei Yi picked up his pen again and pieced together the 3 words into common phrases. Heaven and earth, night breeze, son of heaven, day, night, earth. There was no point in thinking any further. They could only wait for Tang Li to bring back the names. Tang Li left for a long time before returning. He'd left alone, but came back with Chu Shifeng, Su Donglin, and Bailey Mingxiang. Medical City occupied a large area and could be considered an upper-middle-sized city. It would take a long time to organize all the names of its places. Tang Li went to the medical academy to find department head Shen and found 2 geographical maps. All the names of Medical City were listed in them. "Big bro, this is a big project. I'll call the 3 of them over as well so we can organize it together," Tang Li said seriously. Long Fei Yi tacitly agreed, so Gu Beiwei explained how they deciphered the names. Tang Li tore the maps into pieces and gave each of them a copy. Then everyone worked through the night. There were simply too many names in Medical City. By the time dawn broke, they'd only managed to organize half of them. At daybreak, Han Yunxi and fourth young Miss Ren had just woken up. Although they didn't know night and day, their biological clocks were still normal. Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing were locked up in separate rooms. As for Mu Qinggu, neither of them had seen him. Han Yunxi assumed that she'd see Duan Muyao, but she'd never heard Bai Yanqing mention her, much less see her. Han Yunxi mused that Duan Muyao was probably used by Bai Yanqing before he killed her with a single slash. Since Bai Yanqing was so determined to kidnap her and hide her, there was no point in keeping Duan Muyao alive. With fourth young Miss Ren personally attending to her day and night, Han Yunxi recovered very quickly. According to fourth young Miss Ren, she'd be able to get out of bed after lying down for another 10 days or so. As for medicine, she actually didn't need to take it anymore. All medicine had side effects, so it would more or less affect the child in the womb. Although Han Yunxi didn't need to take medicine anymore, fourth young Miss Ren still decocted it every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to write a prescription. Princess, the prescription must be in Academy Head Beiyue's hands. I just don't know if they'll be able to find any clues. Fourth young Miss Ren was a bit worried. Although they had plenty of reasons to send out the prescription, they were also worried that Bai Yanqing would come to his senses one day and cut off their path. After all, Bai Yanqing's goal was none other than to make Han Yunxi and Long Fei Ye's dual cultivation fail and turn against each other. There was no need for him to take this risk for a child in the womb. As a result, Han Yunxi and fourth young Miss Ren both felt the need to send out as much information as possible in the shortest amount of time possible. Fourth young Miss Ren suggested using the Tibetan character on a secret prescription to send out the address. She wanted to use cassia seed and guanfang, 2 types of Chinese medicine. Cassia seed could induce premature labor, so it would be very easy for doctors in the OB/GYN department to see through it. Guanfang, on the other hand, was the Chinese medicine Guanfang Feng. There were countless types of Chinese medicine, so they were innumerable and impossible to recognize. When Bai Yanqing saw Guanfang, he would only think it was a medicine he didn't recognize, but doctors in the OB/GYN department would be able to see through the prescription. When the name reached Dean Beiyue's hands, he should be able to understand it and would fill in the word Feng. As a result, a prescription could send out the 2 words Feng Ming. These 2 words would be enough. Fourth young Miss Ren had gone to great lengths to come up with this idea, but Han Yunxi still rejected it in the end. That was because there was a risk to this idea. Bai Yanqing was a poison's master. He wasn't familiar with medicine, but he was familiar with medicine. When he saw Guanfang, he might think it was a medicine he didn't recognize, or he might be able to tell that they were playing with words. Once Bai Yanqing got his hands on the prescription, all their plans would fail. Han Yunxi had risked the child in her womb and lost a lot of blood for this rare opportunity. She had to play it safe. She mulled over it for a very, very long time. In the end, she had fourth young Miss Ren list out all the herbs that could improve blood circulation and the ones with Feng in their names. As a result, she found the name Earth Drilling Wind. Afterwards, she had fourth young Miss Ren list out all the most suitable herbs for the prescription. Fourth young Miss Ren said, Night Dew, Sky Leaf, Attractalodes, Black Spirit Skin. As soon as she heard these 4 names, Han Yunxi was overjoyed. She had fourth young Miss Ren only use Earth Drilling Wind. If Long Fei Yi and the others weren't smart enough, they would at least leave behind Guanfang. They would then find a way to send out Ming and Shan in their next prescription. If Long Fei Yi and the others were smart enough, they would definitely be able to find the name of the place from these 3 words. As for Bai Yanqing, who didn't know anything about obstetrics and medicine, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell. Even if they can't tell this time, there's always next time. There's no need to worry. At the very least, we'll be able to send out the prescription once, Han Yunxi said indifferently. Right now, all she could think about was how Long Fei-yi knew about her pregnancy. Chapter 11:18. Although Han Yunshi didn't know that Gu Beiwei already knew about her pregnancy, Han Yunshi was certain that once fourth young Mistress Ren's prescription was found out by Long Fei-yi, he would immediately guess that she was pregnant. Bai Yanqing only had Duanmu Yao by his side, and Bai Yanqing might not even bring her along, let alone care about her miscarriage. Bai Yanqing only had a few hostages, and the one who was most likely to be pregnant was her, who had been preparing to have a child. If Long Fei-yi knew that she was pregnant, he should be happy, but under such circumstances, he would definitely be upset. And at the same time, he also knew about her miscarriage. How anxious must he be? She had been preparing to give him a surprise, but helplessly, it turned into a shock. After fourth young Mistress Ren took her pulse, she gave her a clear time of pregnancy, which made her realize a terrifying thing. It was said that pregnancy lasted for 10 months, but it was actually only 9 months. The estimated date of delivery was actually about the same as the time limit of dual cultivation. If they didn't complete dual cultivation this morning, she didn't know if she could still control Mo Xie's sword when she was in the late stages of pregnancy or 1 or 2 months after delivery. Anxious. Long Fei-yi must have thought about this too, and he was probably more anxious than her. She didn't know if Mo Xie's sword was successfully forged. When could they meet again? Han Yunshi was still considered patient and could endure silently. However, fourth young Mistress Ren was here. After she figured out all these things, she seemed calm and composed, but in fact, she couldn't control her temper and became irritable. She really hoped that Long Fei-yi and the rest could guess everything from the 3 words, drilling wind, and quickly come to save her. Fourth young mistress, do you remember the path you took when you came here? Han Yunshi asked seriously. They blindfolded me, but I remember that I jumped from a high place twice, and both times were very deep, fourth young Mistress Ren said seriously. The entrance should be on the ground. There's an entrance on the ground. It's the passage outside our stone room. It leads to the cliff outside. It's also an entrance, Han Yunshi said in a low voice. She then asked, when you came here, was there anything else that left a deep impression on you? Fourth young Mistress Ren thought for a moment and said, after we landed, there seemed to be a section of the road that kept turning and going around for a long time. That's all. Han Yunshi nodded. Looks like this underground palace isn't small. There are many passageways. While Han Yunshi and fourth young Mistress Ren were guessing the situation in the underground palace, Long Fei-yi and the others stayed up all night and finally sorted out all the names of the medical city. They sorted out all the names with the words, drilling differing, night dew, sky leaf, attractalodes, and black spirit skin, on a piece of paper and divided them into 13 sections. In total, there were 178 names. Long Fei-yi personally picked out 53 names that could be used as hiding places, then divided them into 3 categories: the Poison Sect, the Medical Academy, and the Medical City. Medical City had the main residence, shops, temples, gardens, and so on. The Medical Academy had its storehouses, forbidden grounds, and so on. There wasn't much to divide the Poison Sect into. There was only Clear Breeze Mountain and Sky Pit, both of which contained the words wind and sky. Even so, everyone was still confused. 53 names and 13 characters. It was really not easy to pick one out of the 53 clues. How about this? Let's discuss them one by one? Gu suggested. Long Fei-yi rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, Gu Beiwei, I'll give you 1 night to walk through the Medical City and the Medical Academy and find out what's going on. All right. Gu Beiwei gladly accepted the order. Actually, Long Fei-yi already had a rough idea of what was going on. Although the most dangerous place was the safest place, Bai Yanqing wouldn't take the risk of hiding a hostage in the Medical City or the Medical Academy. He was most likely hiding in the Poison Sect. If Bai Yanqing was holding someone else hostage, he might still hide in the Medical City and the Medical Academy. However, he was holding Han Yunshi hostage. As long as he hid in the medical city and the medical academy, Han Yunshi would definitely have a way to call for reinforcements. The poison sect was Bai Yanqing's only choice. Long Fei Yi had only told Gu Beiwei to walk through the medical city and the medical academy to be on the safe side. After all, this was just a guess. After Gu Beiwei left, Long Fei Yi sat down at the tea table. He calmly drank 3 cups of strong tea to clear his head and calm himself down. Anyone who loved tea liked to drink strong tea. It was a waste of tea and the most barbaric and unhealthy way to drink it. This was probably Long Fei Yi's first time drinking strong tea in his life. He needed to refresh himself and calm down. He'd only stayed up for 2 nights in Medicine City, but he'd lost sleep for several nights in other places. Many times, insomnia was a type of incompatibility that didn't suit certain people. After drinking the strong tea, Long Fei Yi's gaze fell on the names Sky Pit and Clear Breeze Mountain. Actually, he'd already guessed that Bai Yanqing was hiding in the poison sect when he arrived at Medical City. When he saw the name, Drilling Earth Wind, he immediately thought of the Clear Breeze Mountain. Everything he'd done wasn't just to test his theory, but also for safety's sake. Even though he only had these 2 names in front of him, he didn't dare to recklessly conclude that Han Yunshi and the others were imprisoned in Clear Breeze Mountain. He couldn't afford to take the risk. He wouldn't act rashly unless he was absolutely certain and had a reason to convince himself. After all, this was their only lead. If they found the wrong place and startled the snake, Bai Yanqing would escape. Heaven knows when they'd find the next clue. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. Gu and Tang Li looked at each other in dismay. They sat down to rest while waiting for Gu Beiyue's news. Su Donglin and the others had already left. At this moment, the Shadow Guard delivered a letter. It was for Gu Beiyue. Seeing that Gu Beiyue wasn't there and that His Highness was deep in thought, the Shadow Guard didn't dare to disturb him. He passed the letter to Tang Li. Sect Master Tang, this is from the Ning family's patriarch to young Master North Moon. He sent it over from the Tian and, what's going on in Northern Li? Why don't you tell my brother? Tell Gu Beiyue? Tang Li asked softly. This lowly one is responsible for delivering letters. This lowly one doesn't know what's going on either. The Shadow Guard was embarrassed and slipped away with that. Gu looked over and said, Idiot! You don't even need to think to know he's asking about the Poison Lass's whereabouts. Gu didn't purposefully lower his voice, so the words, Poison Lass, successfully attracted Long Fei Yi's attention. He looked over and saw the letter in Tang Li's hand with a single glance. Tang Li was conflicted. On one side was his brother, and on the other was his brother-in-law. He was in a difficult position. Although he knew about the purple muslin dress, he had no idea about Ning Cheng's feelings for his sister-in-law. In his eyes, as a subordinate, Ning Cheng was concerned about the princess's whereabouts. It was perfectly justified. He stood there without moving. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Long Fei Yi had already looked away. He raised his hand and summoned a shadow guard, instructing him softly, Go ask about Ning Cheng's battle achievements. If he's defeated, have Bailey Yuanlong immediately send reinforcements. Once Ning Cheng was defeated, their agreement would come to an end. There was no need for him to let Ning Cheng enjoy the glory of fighting alone in Northern Li. Tonight was their 3rd night to catch up on sleep since arriving in Medical City, but they didn't know how many sleepless nights they'd had in the past 3 months. Humans had their biological limit. Tang Li and Gu both began to doze off. In the end, Gu fell asleep on the table. He was used to insomnia, so how tired must he be to fall asleep at a time like this? Long Fei Yi drank cup after cup of strong tea as he looked at the map of the poison sect and made markings. Aside from a few yawns, his face was tense the entire night. He was like an unsmiling deity, sitting upright in his chair. No one dared to look at him, much less approach him. At daybreak, Gu Beiyue finally returned. Seeing that Tang Li and Gu were both asleep, he didn't dare disturb them. He quietly walked to Long Fei Ye's side and murmured, "Your Highness, your health is more important." "How is it?" Long Fei Ye asked. With that, Tang Li and Gu both suddenly woke up. Northman's back? Did anything happen? How was it? Confusion was written all over their handsome faces, but as soon as they saw Gu Beiyue, they immediately sobered up. "We've checked everything. There's nothing," Gu Beiyue said seriously. "Then it's Clear Breeze Mountain." Long Fei Yi immediately answered. "Clear Breeze Mountain? I've been to that mountain twice. There's no place for anyone to hide. In my opinion, the sinkhole is more likely. All we know is that there's no place under the sinkhole that we don't know about," Gu immediately retorted. Long Fei didn't speak, but picked up a piece of paper with the names written on it. Among the 13 characters, drilling earth wind, night dew, sky leaf, attractalodes, and black spirit skin, he'd circled 4 characters: night, sky, white, and black. "Day night?" Gu Beiyue blurted out. Long Fei Yi nodded and said coldly, "Sun, moon, light. Day had a sun, night had a moon, and the sun and moon were light." With that, everyone fell silent and looked at one another. Very soon, Tang Li slapped his thigh viciously. "So that's how it is. Wind and light, that's Clear Breeze Mountain." Long Fei Yi took out a map and saw that it was already filled with landmark. He called Su Donglin over and said coldly, "I'll give you 5 days. Gather all the men you can and deploy them according to this map." Gu glanced at the map and discovered that Long Fei Yi had set up 3 layers of defenses. The first layer surrounded the entire medical city, the second the entire poison sect, and the third the entire Phoenix Cry Mountain. Gu slowly narrowed his eyes, which shone with killing intent. If he didn't go all out this time, he wouldn't be Gu. "Big brother, give me 1 more day. I'll have someone bring the Tang clan's newest batch of hidden weapons over for the Shadow Guard," Tang Li said anxiously. Although he'd just woken up, the thought of seeing Ning Jing and getting his revenge roused his fighting spirit. "Approved," Long Fei Yi said. Even the usually gentle Gu Beiyue's eyes shone with frightening killing intent. Long Fei Yi clenched his fists, his dark eyes so cold that they seemed bottomless. Chapter 11:19. Long Fei Yi gave the Shadow Guard 5 days to deploy. First of all, it would take some time to dispatch the Shadow Guard, and second of all, this deployment would be different from any of the previous ones. This time, they had to be extra careful. If even the slightest bit of information was leaked, the consequences would be unbearable. Of course, during these 5 days, Long Fei Yi and the others didn't idle around. Because even though they knew that the person was imprisoned in Fengming Mountain, the mountain was so big that they still needed to investigate the exact location. Long Fei Yi and Gu had both gone to Fengming Mountain to look for the person, but they couldn't find any trace of the person. This was enough to show that Bai Yanqing was well hidden. There must be a secret place in Fengming Mountain that they didn't know about. "Brother, let's send people to guard all the gynecology and obstetrics clinics within 100 miles. As long as Bai Yanqing sends people to get the medicine, we'll be able to catch him," Tang Li suggested. If they waited for the doctor in the pharmacy to finish writing the prescription and send it over, the person who went to get the medicine would have already gone far away. The best way was to wait. Gu immediately objected. "No, we can't do that. If we catch the person and bring him back, it'll be over if he doesn't confess." Even the most carefree Gu Qishao had turned cautious and careful. If they caught the person who went to get the medicine, they wouldn't be able to find out where Bai Yanqing was hiding. If Bai Yanqing couldn't wait for the person who went to get the medicine, then all their efforts would be in vain. "Then we'll follow the person who went to get the medicine," Tang Li said anxiously. "Who's going to follow? What if we're discovered? Can you guarantee that nothing will go wrong?" Gu retorted. The person who went to get the medicine was very cunning. He didn't go to a fixed pharmacy to get the medicine. Last time, he went out of Medical City to get the medicine. Who knew where he would go this time? With their martial arts skills, They wouldn't be discovered if they followed the person, but how were they supposed to set up an ambush without knowing where the person was going? If the shadow guard set up an ambush, it'd be fine if someone like Su Donglin or Chu Shifeng ran into the person. But if it was a regular shadow guard, it'd be easy to spot. At a time like this, Bai Yanqing's men had to have extraordinary martial arts and poison skills. Before they could come up with a better idea, the best thing they could do was to hold back their troops for now. Seeing Tang Li's defeated expression, Long Feiyi finally spoke up. "Cold," he said, "last night I've already sent down orders. Su Donglin and Chu Shifeng are already leading 10 experts to hide at all the entrances to Clear Breeze Peak. Over the next few days, they'll report to me if anyone comes in or out." Gu and Tang Li both looked at him in disbelief. Gu Beiyue sat on one side with a helpless smile. He wasn't surprised at all. "Big bro, how did you come up with this idea? Amazing. Really amazing." Tang Li was pleasantly surprised. What did it mean to wait for rabbits by a stump? This was the real deal. Sending a bunch of people to stand guard at the various pharmacies was full of uncontrollable factors. Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin, on the other hand, had 10 experts to guard the entrance to Clear Breeze Peak and wait for the right moment. That was much more reliable. Even if they couldn't track anyone, they'd at least know they'd come from Clear Breeze Peak. Tang Li had prostrated himself before his big bro since he was young, much less now. As for Gu, even if he approved of Long Feiyi, he wouldn't say it out loud. He looked at Long Fei and pursed his lips before withdrawing his gaze. Are there different levels of intelligence? He mused inwardly. 5 days could be said to be long, but it could also be said to be short. On the first and second day, they busied themselves with setting up defenses and reading up on all sorts of records about Clear Breeze Peak. On the third day, Chu Tianyin brought over 10 driving arrow experts from the Nether clan. Although Western Zhou had already retreated, Chu Tianyin only had 100 or so archers under his command after the betrayal and chaos of war. This was the last of the Nether clan's strength. Long Feiyi had him pick out 10 or so driving arrow experts as reinforcement. In addition, Long Feiyi had Tianshan Kenzo send over a group of sword experts as well. Since Bai Yanqing didn't want to fight them head-on and only wanted to stall for time, it was very likely that Bai Yanqing would continue to flee as soon as he discovered they'd broken into Clear Breeze Peak. The outer perimeter of Clear Breeze Peak was their last line of defense. Even if they couldn't trap Bai Yanqing for them, they could at least stall for time. Chu Tianyin strode in and cupped his fists in greeting Long Feiyi. "Your Highness." Leaving aside whether or not the 2 imprisoned Chu clan elders had pledged allegiance to Long Feiyi, Chu Tianyin had done so long ago. "Sit," Long Feiyi said. Chu Tianyin sat down next to Gu Beiyue and murmured, "Brother Gu, long time no see." "It's a good thing we can still meet," Gu Beiyue murmured back. His words revealed the grudges and grievances between the Nether and Shadow clans over the past few years. Long Feiyi and Chu Tianyin discussed the deployment of the Shadow Guard, so Chu Tianyin knew what to do with his archers. He hadn't found out anything about the Li clan's schemes in Western Zhou, nor did he have the face to ask Long Feiyi to see his father and uncle. He could only withdraw for now. By the 4th day, the Shadow Guard was in place. Tang Li's new batch of concealed weapons, the fire crossbows, were also in place. Everything was ready to go. On the morning of the 5th day, Chu Shifeng personally came with good news. "Your Highness, there's been a situation in the pine forest west of Clear Breeze Peak." A black-robed man came out of the woods and went down the mountain. This subordinate didn't dare chase after him, Chu Shifeng reported excitedly. Not chasing after him was the safest and wisest thing to do, because it was very likely that the man had gone down the mountain to get medicine. As long as he did that, he'd definitely come back up the mountain. "Excellent." Long Feiyi rose to his feet, a cold smile on his lips. Immediately after, Gu Beiyue, Gu, and Tang Li rose to their feet as well. Finally, it was their turn to wait for the hare to show up. Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwei, Gu, and Tang Li immediately headed for Clear Breeze Peak, leaving Chu Shifeng to wait for news at the medical academy. The four of them didn't stick together, but spread out on the four paths leading up Clear Breeze Peak. However, what was surprising was that they waited from morning till night, but they did not see a single person. Chu Shifeng didn't receive any news from the medical academy either. If the man had gone to get medicine outside the city, then he might not be back by the end of the night. Thus, they continued to wait. However, even after waiting until the evening of the next day, there was still no news at all. Everyone was still very calm and continued to keep watch without batting an eyelid. But on the third evening, there was still no news. By now, Gu and Tang Li were starting to lose their cool. Gu slipped away to find Gu Beiwei and said, "That person shouldn't have gone to get medicine. If we keep watching, we might as well go up the mountain to search." This was the first time Gu Beiwei had been so serious with Gu. "Cold," he said. "Seventh young master, don't be careless. Hurry and go back to keep watch. If you lose track of him, you'll have to bear the consequences." Gu was about to explain himself when Gu Beiwei knitted his brows. "Go back." Gu had no choice but to go back the way he'd come. At the same time, Tang Li ran to Long Fei Yi. Before he could speak, Long Fei Yi gave him a single word: "Scram." Tang Li didn't even dare to explain himself, but went back with his tail between his legs. The four of them and the shadow guard waited for an entire night. But on the fourth day, a black figure appeared in Gu Beiwei's line of sight. The sky was dim and the light wasn't good. Moreover, the figure was quite far away, so Gu Beiwei couldn't see clearly. But he was certain that the man was heading deeper into the forest. "Tell His Highness and the others that I'll chase after him if there's any movement." "Everyone, stay calm," Gu Beiwei said in a low voice before silently following the figure. Letting Gu Beiwei chase after the person was the safest bet. Gu Beiwei was not only fast, but his figure was also like a ghost. Even Bai Yanqing might not be able to find him. When this news reached Long Fei Ye's ears, Long Fei Ye's tense face finally relaxed a little. The shadow guard beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 3 days, following beside His Highness was the same as staying in a large ice cellar. They were constantly hoping that the princess would bring the little master who was still in his mother's womb back to melt the ice mountain that was His Highness. Long Fei Yi was absolutely assured that Gu Beiwei would do something. Sure enough, after 4 hours, Gu Beiwei returned. He whispered to Long Fei Yi, "We'll talk when we get back." Long Fei Yi left without another word. Tang Li and Gu quickly left after receiving the shadow guard's orders, returning to the medical academy. "There's a hole in a tree halfway up the mountain. That person jumped in through it," Gu Beiwei said seriously. "The underground palace," Long Fei Yi blurted out. There were 2 large mountain ranges in the Poison Sect's Forbidden Ground. One was Clear Breeze Mountain, while the other was Monarch's Descent Mountain. Between these 2 mountains was where the Poison Sect's sacrificial altar was located. It was a very deep ravine and a very dense forest. They had already destroyed Monarch's Descent Mountain's underground palace. When they had entered Monarch's Descent Mountain's underground palace, they had also entered through a hole in a large tree. From the looks of it, Clear Breeze Mountain was the same as Monarch's Descent Mountain. There was also an underground palace hidden within the enormous mountain. At this moment, the shadow guard arrived with a prescription. "Young Master Beiwei, this came from the maternity clinic in the Acropolis 25 li away." Gu Beiwei glanced at it and picked out a medicine that had been used incorrectly. It was called cassia seed. If they hadn't made their previous conjectures, they probably would have wasted a lot of time and effort. But with their previous conjectures and today's discovery, they all knew that the Ming in cassia seed was the Ming of Clear Breeze Mountain. Everyone thought that this prescription was meaningless, but Gu Beiwei still managed to pick up on something. He said, "Although the 3 prescriptions use different ingredients, their effects are the same. The princess must be fine now and doesn't need to take any medicine." Otherwise, with fourth young Miss Wren's abilities, she wouldn't have been able to prescribe 3 different prescriptions in a row. This piece of news was more delightful than anything else. Long Fei Ye's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. Brother, let's kill our way over right now. Tang Li was extremely excited. Gu Qixiao stood up and said, "Call everyone over and surround the entire mountain for this old man." That's right. Why don't we wait a few more days? I'll call everyone from the Tang sect over, Tang Li said in a hurry. In terms of excitement, Long Fei Yi was probably the most agitated. However, he still managed to keep his cool. He ignored Tang Li and Gu and said seriously, "If it's the underground palace, there must be another entrance.